Ho ancora un cliente sotto casa, grattaviene per la dose. Non vuole tornare a casa, sta a Milano a fare le sue cose. Quindi corri nel bad turista incredulo, faccio a sbarole. Sfumo, rolla la pasta fra Giamaica, fumo la ganja. Salgo ad Amsterdam per la sera, a dogana ferma l'RS. So dei problemi con gli sbir, baby, conosci il mio transit. Fumo erba a metà, minimo 4K. Picchio tossico all'alba, giro forte col cat-cat.
À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. J'ai plus le time. À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. T'as dit de la merde et au fond de toi, je sais que t'as mal. Y'a qu'une personne que je peux compter, c'est ma maman. À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. Je fume la verdure, le pilon me tue. Je fais que regarder les étoiles.
T'ho vista cambiata dall'altro dì. Facevo dettagli dal lunedì al venerdì. Contavo cash plus denaro per regali. Sono uscito da qui, non mi vuoi più conti. Non stare in paranoia, vado a fumare qualcosa. Clienti fan la coda, gli sparo qualche dose. Sparo bossoli nel bad, corri fra metti arbat. Ascolti vanilo con il bando, passo a rivendere qualche benzo.
À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. J'ai plus le time. À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. T'as dit de la merde et au fond de toi, je sais que t'as mal. Y'a qu'une personne que je peux compter, c'est ma maman. À quoi ça sert de reprendre mon cœur, t'es plus la même. Je te le dis, puis le redis, t'es plus la même. Je fume la verdure, le pilon me tue. Je fais que regarder les étoiles.
J'en lâche une pour tous mes 10. Aqua BHB, Aqua Bloods, gang, bande d'enfoirés. Ça barre tout bête, t'as pas d'ambition, une, tu bouffes mon paf à genoux, garde le silence et goûte la batte. T'es cuit, mal ça ou pâté dans une flaque. Finalement les brols c'est bien, l'argent ça part, ça va, ça vient. Tu pleures, tu te retrouves en chien, c'est là qu'on tranche nos liens. Balle dans la tête, tu vois tout noir sur moi, un coup de mon gars. La marbie t'arrachera tôt ou tard. Si t'es dans le coin, passe voir César. Il peut smoke pour des broutilles, tu me diras, ça vient tout droit de morning. BHB, j'espère que t'as capté. Toujours hal pour envoyer, toujours hal pour démarrer. C'est banal de traumatiser. Je répète, BHB, j'espère que t'as capté. Toujours hal pour envoyer, toujours hal pour démarrer. C'est banal de traumatiser. La carte du vice, on te fera goûter le tournevis. Mon gars Sully régrat ton bif. De quoi couler toutes tes milices. T'es mort, personne nous a formés. C'est tout seul qu'on s'est construit. Que des rejetés de la société. Après ils se plaignent de l'anarchie. BHB, j'espère que t'as capté. Toujours hal pour envoyer, toujours hal pour démarrer. C'est banal de traumatiser. Je répète, BHB, j'espère que t'as capté. Toujours hal pour envoyer, toujours hal pour démarrer. C'est banal de traumatiser. Yeah, BHB les boys. Bande d'enfoirés.
Zarli en forêt. Ne fais pas l'ancien, on sait que t'es pas fou. On te nique ta grand-mère dans la foulée. On te nique ta grand-mère dans la foulée, ouais. Nous fais pas l'ancien, on sait que t'es pas fou. On te nique ta grand-mère dans la foulée. Si tu veux pécho, ça t'envoie la foudre. Tu fais visser par des petits capuchés. Je te dis je veux des liasses et de l'or à mon cou. Tant qu'à faire on rajoute même les poignets. Je viendrai te chercher si t'as fait des trous. J'irai chez ta daronne la consoler. Les petits font des sorts, sortent le katana. Ça te nique tellement fort tu crois que t'as canné. Non j'ai plus d'amour comme la caraba. Si tu dois ça t'écrase comme un scarabée. Tu nous fais le gros bras, vas-y va là-bas. Depuis que je suis Tomino, je rêve de me balader. Avec si c'est gueule comme des malabas. Va chez moi y'a les portions que je suis mal barré. Tu trouveras que de la haine sous la carapace. Je suis venu foutre le fuego, c'est moi ça la mèche. Quand je parle d'instrument, je parle pas de maracas. Celui qui te fait courir même t'as pas la pêche. Pour faire rentrer ma piège j'ai du vent de la mâche. J'ai pour moi c'est impossible rester en tèche. Si tu touches à mes faves, t'étonnes pas je me fâche. Donc gâcher la nounou qui j't'a à la crèche. Et je rallume un pilon, appelé sur le bigot. Encore une saison zombie qui veut de la boïda. Le soir j'endors mal mais je me dis que c'est comme ça. Faut tes sacs remplis de PCTA. Quand tu parles reste tout doux, j'attends à carreau. Encore un de ces bâtards qui vient faire la mala. Pour un regard, $1 ça t'arrache, c'est ici, c'est partout mon frérot, c'est comme ça. Frérot c'est la même, ça soit du nord au sud. Si le rap ça marche pas, y'a des sous dans la stup. Je vais tout payer cash sans investir dans le sale. Et niquer vos mères, ceux qui se tapent, on l'incruste. Frérot c'est la même, ça soit du nord au sud. Si le rap ça marche pas, y'a des sous dans la stup. Je vais tout payer cash sans investir dans le sale. Et niquer vos mères, ceux qui se tapent, on l'incruste. C'est allé en forêt. Souvent y'a ce putain de passé qui me rattrape. Je lui nique sa mère, je l'enchaîne à coups d'ivresse. Si tu trahis, tu passeras à la trappe. Je t'allume ta mère, je t'étale à toute vitesse. On sent que c'est du mythos que tu blablates quand tu rentres dans la pièce. On sent comme un malaise. Pour la fiche tabac, bien sûr que je ferai le table. J'ai regardé ma mère, je lui ai dit faut que ça cesse. J'ai regardé Marzouk, je lui ai dit faut qu'on encaisse. J'ai trop les gros billets, faut qu'on entasse. J'ai pris des coups, t'inquiète pas, moi j'encaisse. On fera tout ce qui est possible pour que misère se casse. Pas ici, c'est tout ce qui m'intéresse. Faire sa monnaie, ensuite faire ses bagages. Passe pas ici de la joie et de la tristesse comme si un bipolaire nous a pris en otage. Marche avec des gens qu'à ton avantage. Y a pas de marche arrière, le but c'est d'avancer. Je marquerai des buts en casser les cages. Côté passager, je fais ma merde en classé. Je dis rien photo, y a pas de c'est pas grave. Même 10 ans après, tu peux entendre toquer. Je vais tous les choquer, je m'en fous que mon cas s'aggrave. C'est pas la première fois que je paye les pots cassés. T'as senti la frappe, c'est nous. Dans les locaux que des têtes chelou. Sa parole le soir à la recherche de sous. On fait taper ta femme si elle veut prendre son coup. Vas-y, casse ta mère si
tu l'as à ton bout. Je comprends pas le chinois, tu vois que je suis à bout. Y'a le gérant qui sert le jobber, fait des trous. Si tu me parles de gros sous, bah bien sûr que je suis pour. T'as senti la frappe, c'est nous. Dans les locaux que des têtes chelous. Ça parole le soir à la recherche de sous. On fait ta faute, ta femme, si elle veut prendre son coup. Vas-y, casse ta mère si tu l'as à ton bout. Je comprends pas le chinois, tu vois que je suis à bout. Y'a le gérant qui sert le jobber, fait des trous. Si tu parles de gros sous, bah bien sûr que tu pourras. On m'a dit chacun sa part du gâteau. Moi j'ai rien vu, j'ai pas été gâté. Vous l'êtes bien caché, je suis quand même parano. Avec le boulanger à la tête du condé. À t'entendre parler, t'as le vécu de Pablo. Arrête de mentir, on sait que t'as rien palpé. Mon but c'est de voir la galère dans le rétro. Et si je la vois venir, j'aurais accéléré. Elle m'a fait la folle, je vais casser les reins. Si tu casses du sud, je viendrai casser les rôles. Il me faut 5 millions, je pourrais me frotter les mains. Pour l'instant, je fais du sale et je me lève aux aurores. Pourquoi tu parles fort, tu fais l'américain? On t'a sûrement pas dit qu'on peut te faire des horreurs. À vouloir le trône, pas ici, on est blâmé pour passer devant. Je crois que j'ai la bonne horaire. J'ai fait des erreurs, non, personne n'est parfait. Des fois devant le miroir, je me dis t'es pas fou. Les petits, on les gros, s'en foutent de ce que t'as fait. Le matin, sont chez toi, sont plus devant tes fous. J'ai des idées sombres, je fais cauchemar de taré. J'aimerais bien trouver celui qui me fait du vaudou. Je fais que tourner en rond quand je vois que c'est pas carré. Je veux du 24 carats accroché à mon cou. T'as senti la frappe, c'est nous. Dans les locaux que des têtes chelous. Ça parole le soir à la recherche de sous. On fait ta femme, si elle veut prendre son coup. Vas-y, casse ta mère si tu l'as à ton bout. Je comprends pas le chinois, tu vois que je suis à bout. Y'a le gérant qui sert le jobber, fait des trous. Si tu parles de gros sous, bah bien sûr que tu pourras.
DLC Beats Maras.
Sur le stand, j'ai les crocs à bord. C'est l'été, soleil t'as pas mort. Ce soir sur la piste, j'mangeaille toute la nuit. C'est l'été, j'bois mon tropico. Elle fait la pute sur la Obigo. Ce soir sur la piste, j'mangeaille toute la nuit. Folle-toi, j'suis de passage, j'm'appelle là. J'm'en irai, oh valala. J'ai plus de peine, mi molle. Moi j'vis ma vie et alors tous ces jaloux m'ont rendu fou. On s'était dit jusqu'à la mort.
J'essaie de nettoyer mes peines. 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 J'arrive pas donc je grandis avec. J'essaie d'oublier de faire la fête. Par peur qu'elle croit que c'est ma faute. J'ai pas calculé tout le reste. Calculer chétane sans m'arrive. Parler du passé j'ai la haine. Si je pars de mon futur vous me porterez l'œil. Est-ce qu'un jour je vais grandir? Aurais-je le courage de le voir? Pourquoi quand j'écris j'ai le sourire alors que mes pensées sont noires? Je me demande comment changer. Je verrai pas ma grand-mère si je traverse le bois. Est-ce que je dois tout changer juste pour faire parler ma voix? Nous on sait des choses, c'est peut-être pour ça que ça perce pas. On soutient la cause, c'est peut-être pour ça que ça marche pas. On prend pas de dose, argent ça le fait dans les gestes. Finir riche c'est ça l'idée, finir sans rien c'est salissant. À la recherche du bonheur j'ai fini oublié. Ils font les banditos, ils trempent devant le barrière. Finir riche au bled en vrai c'était ça l'idée. Je finis sur le texte, pourquoi je finis boycotté. À la recherche du bonheur j'ai fini oublié. Ils font les banditos, ils trempent devant le barrière. Finir riche au bled en vrai c'était ça l'idée. Mais je finis sur le texte, pourquoi je finis boycotté. J'ai fini boycotté, j'étais bon avec tout le monde, aucun regret. Trop de fois j'ai rêvé de m'envoler juste avec un couplet. Mais mes rêves sont coupés, pourquoi j'ai tout découpé. Je regarde le ciel, je vois mes refrains dans mes prières, je veux la santé. Tu sais dans la vie, y'a des choses qu'on dit pas, on garde tout secret. Beaucoup de jaloux, beaucoup d'envieux qui attendent que ça pète. Tu sais je suis mal en vrai, mais je me confie à moi-même. Je me confie à moi-même, je suis mon propre ennemi et ça je le sais. À la recherche du bonheur j'ai fini oublié. Ils font les banditos, ils trempent devant le barrière. Finir riche au bled en vrai c'était ça l'idée. Mais je finis sur le texte, pourquoi je finis boycotté. À la recherche du bonheur j'ai fini oublié. Ils font les banditos, ils trempent devant le barrière. Finir riche au bled en vrai c'était ça l'idée. Mais je finis sur le texte, pourquoi je finis boycotté.
La famille.
Ah ouais.
Moi j'ai entendu le son les gars, là faut bouger, faut s'ambiancer, faut tout baiser les frères.
Je compte sur vous hein.
Normal.
RP dans la maison. À 2F, fort.
S'il y a des mêmes choses.
Regarde Blaise, écoute.
Elle aime se prendre en photo, ma Coco Chanel. Elle peut michto tous tes potos, ma Coco Chanel. Dans ses bras je me dis que c'est trop beau, je suis trop bien sa mère. Elle est belle dans ses propos, ma Coco Chanel. Je veux l'aimer pour la vie, elle veut m'aimer pour la night. J'occuperai toute la nuit, sans qu'elle me raconte toute sa life. Je rajoute une autre nuit, elle me demande d'où vient cette maille. Je lui dis que c'est la vie bébé, je te raconte pas ma life. Elle connaît mes atouts jusqu'à mes défauts, mon ADN. On se perd, on oublie tout et on se demande à qui la faute. Je sais qu'elle est prête à tout, jusqu'à fouiller dans mes DM. On se perd, on oublie tout, je rentre dans son cœur et je ferme la porte. Petite Chetana, elle veut plus sortir de ma tête.
Tout le monde.
Elle aime se prendre en photo, ma Coco Chanel. Elle peut michto tous tes potos, ma Coco Chanel. Dans ses bras je me dis que c'est trop beau, je suis trop bien sa mère. Elle est belle dans ses propos, ma Coco Chanel. Méfie-toi d'elle, elle est pas fidèle. Elle aime les soirées dans la capitale. Elle traîne dans les bars, elle est Sophie. Elle m'appelle à pas le time, elle veut le piffer tailler. Tu sais bébé, je suis taillé. Quand t'es plus là, je suis ailleurs. Quand t'es plus là, je suis ailleurs. Elle prend tout le monde de haut, faut qu'elle redescende ses talons. Elle a peur que je l'oublie, de la prendre comme médicament. Elle me mène en bateau, j'ai peur de me noyer dans son poison. Je sais qu'elle me fera du mal, mais je l'aimerai de toutes les façons. Petite Chetana, elle veut plus sortir de ma tête.
Tout le monde.
Elle aime se prendre en photo, ma Coco Chanel. Elle peut michto tous tes potos, ma Coco Chanel. Dans ses bras je me dis que c'est trop beau, je suis trop bien sa mère. Elle est belle.
Tout le monde dans le chat, Coco Chanel. Chaud.
Elle aime se prendre en photo, ma Coco Chanel. Elle peut michto tous tes potos, ma Coco Chanel. Dans ses bras je me dis que c'est trop beau, je suis trop bien sa mère. Elle est belle dans ses propos, ma Coco Chanel.
Grosse force à média, chaud. Pépino dans la maison. À 2F, chaud.
Y'a pas d'avenir dans le bloc, survie grâce à la drogue, la tôle ou le pactole. Que Dieu nous pardonne, hey, H24 dans la zone, Ray, trop de taf pour le sommeil, on se bat pour la somme, pour la monnaie. Allô, client m'appelle, tu réponds. Tu veux quoi? De la cesse, la weed, du bilan. Allô, client m'appelle, je lui réponds. Tu veux quoi? De la cesse, la weed, du bilan. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds. Client de sa dose, je réponds. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds. Client de sa dose, je réponds. Et tout ce que je veux c'est le million. Dans la savane vous êtes rayons. Prêt à détruire pour le charbon. J'ai trop de frères qui sont bétons.
Bloqué dans le bateau, on attend que les billets. Pisté par la barque, là on va, on est grillé. Tu sais qu'à la base on est parti de Wellou. Mais pour faire des sous j'ai dû rater la prière. Le cœur abîmé, j'ai fait du mal. Eh poto j'ai fait du mal. Vendre de la drogue c'est devenu médical. La rue prend pas la carte vitale.
Y'a de billets dans le froc, hey. Y'a pas d'amis dans le business. Palette couche dans le Glock. Faut que tu payes en vitesse. Plus de batterie dans le phone. Rien qui s'affole, hey. Que des Yankees dans le hall. La dose est mortelle. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds. Client de sa dose, je réponds. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds. Client de sa dose, je réponds. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds. Client de sa dose, je réponds. Quand l'argent m'appelle, je réponds.
sa dose. Je réponds. Je réponds. Je réponds. Je réponds. Allô, allô. Aucune issue, donc bloqué en bas. On s'habitue, la tête dans les étoiles. Je me dis des fois, la vie serait mieux sans toi. On se crie dessus, mais souvent on s'entend pas. J'suis dans la S3, y'a plus d'espoir. MJ me délaisse pas, mais j'ai besoin d'espace, moi. Y'a plus de sentiments, ils sont morts à la tête. Bien entouré, on l'a fait à la craie. Que repose en paix. Dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste. Dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste. Je suis trop déçu, j'ai vu ce que la vie me cache. Il me faut des sous, quitte à finir en cash. La rue m'étouffe quand elle me prend dans ses bras. Elle met des coups sans même me laisser trace. J'suis dans la S3, y'a plus d'espoir. MJ me délaisse pas, mais j'ai besoin d'espace, moi. Y'a plus de sentiments, ils sont morts à la tête. Bien entouré, on l'a fait à la craie. Que repose en paix. Dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste. Dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste. Le temps passe et les années défilent. Mes péchés sont tas, tu vas me faire un devis. J'vais payer pour le mal que je t'ai fait. Regretter me sera impossible. Dans le bas du galélélé, dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste. Dans le pas du galélélé, tu me dis que je perds mon temps dans la street. Tu sais je m'en bats les. Avec mes rôles la vie sera moins triste.
Ah frérot, là faut que tu m'arranges mon frérot là. Attends, on va mettre les points là. Ah ça fait 10 voitures, tu me ramènes déjà. Tu as cru une boulangerie ou quoi? Écrit pâtisserie? Moi je te dis un prix, pas plus, pas moins. 4 000 €, c'est bon. Parle pas chinois, maintenant ramène un peu comme on peut.
4 000 €, putain, 4 000 €.
Ah ouais.
Rim dim 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 rim dim 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 dim. T'as cassé la location, il faudra que tu paies la caution.
S Cappuccino de la chaîne T Risca
Rim dim 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 rim dim 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 dim. T'as cassé la location, il faudra que tu paies la caution. C'est le gars de la location, il voit sa voiture, il va faire une tension. Attention, sous tension, attention, sous tension, attention, sous tension,
Tu veux faire de la monnaie, faut se réveiller toujours tôt le matin. Au volant de GTI, que bientôt le macan. J'suis dans le yacht ou dans le Boeing, j'ai des grosses boules comme au bowling. Smoke amnésie, reste tranquille, dans la gonve on fait passer des tranquilles. Rem, dem, 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 dem. Dakhalt, la voiture fait le mur. The motherfucker police, they wanna catch them. Jail, he locked up, the boys all them. J'suis au volant, plusieurs boutons, mon téléphone il bip. Que elle bouge, j'sais pas qu'est-ce qu'elle a ma biche. Boum, j'ai perdu le contrôle et ça fait boum. Le canot sur ta tête ça fait boum boum boum. Au quartier la Skoda ça zoom zoom zoom. C'était une zarbo la fisque. C'était une zarbo la fisque. C'était une zarbo la fisque. Rim dim 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 rim dim 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 dim. T'as cassé la location, il faudra que tu payes la caution. C'est le gars de la location, il voit sa voiture, il va faire une tension. Attention, sous tension, attention, sous tension, attention, sous tension,
Les gars, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez lui dire que c'est un homme mort.
Mais je lui ai dit déjà.
La location, elle a Caris.
Et alors, j'ai pas peur moi.
Oui, tu l'as cassé la location. Du coup, la caution, frère, tu la payes la caution.
Et alors, je paye pas et moi t'as vu Caris, bim taekwondo.
Il va te briser les jambes comme un Mikado, frère, qu'est-ce que tu me racontes?
Les derniers gars qui lui ont parlé comme toi là.
Non.
T'es un homme mort.
J'attends moi Caris, il est où? Dis-moi il est où, je vais parler.
Tu vas la payer la caution?
Ouais, je vais payer.
Tu vas payer la caution?
Ouais.
Tu vas payer la caution? Réveille-toi.
Ouais.
Réveille-toi, t'as combien? T'as quoi sur toi là?
0 frère.
10 euros? Tu te fous de ma gueule? Tu te fous de ma gueule? Tu te
Non.
fous de ma gueule?
Non.
Tu te fous de ma gueule?
Non, voilà.
Tu te fous de ma gueule?
Non, voilà,
Tu te fous de ma gueule? Tu te fous de ma gueule?
Non, voilà, je vais le payer.
T'as fouetté la Lamborghini, faut que tu la rendes le lundi à midi, faut être à l'heure. Comme le bosseur, on fait pleurer ta mère et on fait jouir ta soeur. Lunettes quartier, c'est pas carré, si tu rayes les gens, t'es ta...
Laissez-moi Coca. On pourrait faire la guerre pour toi, même avec un bon avocat. Pas sûr que je m'en sorte. Mélange Jack Mel dans Coca. Faut pas trop qu'on la regarde. J'suis marqué comme un coca. À chaque fois que je suis sincère, m'envole avec elle en business, désactive ma loca. J'appelle mon bébé, j'appelle mon doudou, j'appelle ma loca. Y'a pas que la fumée qui rend fou, y'a un peu de nous, beaucoup de passion. T'arrives à me faire perdre la tête, tu me fais le même effet que la droga. Ma loca, j'ai pris des notes, j'ai oublié avec une autre. J'tiens le volant avec une main, j'arrive en bas dans 10 minutes. C'est une bague de menottes. Mon cœur et ma tête en otage. C'était comme si je tombais du 27e étage. On a écrit l'histoire à deux mains dans la main, donc c'est difficile pour moi de tourner la page. Bébé, bébé, sans toi mes nuits ne sont plus les mêmes. Bébé, bébé, donc m'envole avec elle en business, désactive ma loca. J'appelle mon bébé, j'appelle mon doudou, j'appelle ma loca. Y'a pas que la fumée qui rend fou, y'a un peu de nous, beaucoup de passion. T'arrives à me faire perdre la tête, tu me fais le même effet que la droga. Ma loca, j'ai pris tes notes, j'ai oublié avec une autre. J'tiens le volant avec une main, j'arrive en bas dans 10 minutes. C'est une bague de menottes.
Pourrais leur pardonner, mais dans ma tête c'est vendetta. J'pourrais leur pardonner, mais dans ma tête c'est vendetta. C'est bien
d'avoir du cœur, mais c'est peut-être mieux d'avoir des tôles. Poto c'est la street qui m'a élevé. J'ai vu la faucheuse sur un D-Max. On partira peut-être sur un P9. On partira peut-être sur un P9. Poto c'est la street qui m'a élevé. J'fais ce qu'il est que en repérage. Le cœur à 200 devant le péage. J'me ferais péter pour un péage. J'suis dans la zone, j'compte bénéfice. J'pense à ma mère, à la police. Est-ce que j'vais sombrer dans la folie? Toute l'année faut du cash. Encore une nuit dans mon hall. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache dans le produit. J'suis cramé dans le hall. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache dans le produit. Ouais ouais. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. J'suis dans le club NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI. Elle me propose un verre de NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI. Lumière de Jérôme ébloui. J'regarde dans l'air dans le hall. Y'a plus d'étoiles dans la rollie que de lumière dans le hall. Les mêmes scénarios, les mêmes stories. T'es cramé quand tu joues un rôle. J'trouve le repos dans l'insomnie. J'ai choisi le gun et la rose. Comme la mafia napolitaine, j'ai mis des noms sur mon cahier. Ils font la malade tous les week-ends. On va les chercher dans leur carré. J'suis dans mon RS, dans mon vaisseau. Je les vois porter l'œil dans mon rétro. On est dans les bails, dans les vraies choses. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache devant le produit. J'suis cramé dans le hall. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache devant le produit. Ouais ouais. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. J'suis dans le club NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI. Elle me propose un verre de NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI. J'suis dans le club NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI. Elle me propose un verre de NNI. NNI. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. NNI.
Laissez-moi loin de tout, le lion finit dans le seau. Je marche seul comme un loup, j'avance tout seul sans mes doutes. Les jaloux tournent autour, tout ça, ça en faux. Ils ont pas cru en nous, le sommet, mon seul rendez-vous. Et comme un loup solitaire, je suis parti du secteur. La lune comme seul repère, minutieux comme le bruit de mes pas. Solitaire, je me méfie des vipères. J'ai passé tout l'hiver à me questionner sur mes choix. M'appelle pas, j'suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Le cœur est sous canon, faut que l'amour. J'fais couler la larme, y'a du shit sur la lame. J'détaille ma vie vague à l'âme. J'deviens fou, tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. M'appelle pas, j'suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup.
De minuit, mais je chuchote à l'oreille, me pousse à faire des sauts pour faire beaucoup d'oseille. Rien que je navigue, j'ai plus rien à perdre, j'aime pas trop faire la paix quand ils m'ont fait la guerre. Ouais, personne pour me raisonner. Moi je connais pas le sommet, la vie de rêve on l'aura poto si Dieu veut. 2 millions cachés, je m'arrache, profiterai de la vie quand j'aurai le moral. Il me faut du papier pour tourner là, je paille. Et quand je pense au passé, je revois les orages. Je suis dans la zone, et où est-ce qu'on vit, c'est réel. Y'a pas d'aurore boréale dans la rue, j'fous du miel. Faut vivre ce qui doit mon péage, vend l'oubli, j'ai faut nier. Combien de fois j'ai douté, j'ai pas su m'écouter. Et derrière ce reflet, je vais pas couler dans l'eau. C'est peut-être mon dernier couplet. Je partirai quand je devrais, je vois le temps s'écouler. J'avance comme un loup. M'appelle pas, je suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Le cœur est sous canon, faut que l'amour. J'fais couler la larme, y'a du shit sur la lame. J'détaille ma vie vague à l'âme. J'deviens fou, tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. M'appelle pas, j'suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. Le cœur est sous canon, alors j'fous que l'amour. Les années passent, j'suis dans l'impasse, j'vois toujours pas les billets colorés. On a la dalle, on veut leur place, prépare le contrat, faudra bien négocier. Elle veut mon cœur, mais je le cadenasse, elle aura rien, j'ai vu tous ses dossiers. Il me faut du cash, si on m'attache, mon avocat c'est maître Monoré. J'suis dans la tête, j'fais ce qu'il a hesse, pas tant à perdre pour billets colorés. J'suis dans la verte et la neige, me vois claquer des gros salaires à Milano. J'suis dans la presse, j'suis sous CR, j'ai passé toute la nuit en GAV. Moi je dois rien à personne, la rue c'est pas ma femme, j'lui ai pas Milano. Dans la Neuso, au-dessus de la tour isolée. J'suis pas trop à la maison, et ouais maman désolé. J'dois tout faire pour me vaisseau, y'a rien pour me consoler. J'crois que j'ai perdu la raison, et les démons brillonnaient.
Et maintenant Simon, j'dois bâtir un empire. Taf en silence, viendra le bruit. Les gens qui t'envient sont souvent les plus proches. Viens du même bloc, sans faire de bruit.
Perdu trop d'années, j'dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, j'dois rentabiliser. Perdu trop d'années, j'dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, j'dois rentabiliser.
J'ai perdu des années.
Bloc, 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 bloc.
J'ai perdu des années.
Bloc, 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 bloc.
J'ai préféré mailler.
Bloc, 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 bloc.
À défaut de me noyer.
Bloc, 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 bloc. Perdu du temps, perdu des frères, perdu de l'argent, maintenant faut se refaire. Je leur ai donné des armes, ils ont changé de camp. Je connais pas mes limites, je veux pas de la vie d'avant. Y'a personne qu'on imite, on a défié l'agent. On a séché nos larmes, on va tous de l'avant. Je vois tout le monde sur mes côtes, mais je leur dois aucun pareil. Pas le droit à la faute, tu commets si à Paris. C'est tous des potes qu'on t'arrange sur le tarif. Le plus gros défaut de l'homme, c'est quand tu trahis. Ça toque à la porte, on sait que c'est pas la voisine. Tu traînes dans le bloc, tu gagnes des problèmes. Moi si je réussis, c'est pas grâce à la magie.
Maintenant Simon, j'dois bâtir un empire. Par mon silence, viendra le bruit. Les gens qui t'envient sont souvent les plus proches. Viens du même bloc, sans faire de bruit.
Perdu trop d'années, j'dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, j'dois rentabiliser. Perdu trop d'années, j'dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, j'dois rentabiliser. Bloc, 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 bloc.
J'ai perdu des années.
Bloc, 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 bloc.
J'ai préféré mailler.
Bloc, 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 bloc.
À défaut de me noyer.
Bloc, 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 bloc. Tu peux penser ce que tu veux, regarde-moi dans les yeux et dis-moi ce que tu vois. Dehors le ciel est noir, y'a les bleus dans le couloir, j'ai dû cacher la bœuf. Je pourrais tout faire pour toi, toi tu connais l'histoire, belle à mieux que mon baveux. Je repense à toutes ces fois où j'ai dû faire des choix pour qu'on soit mieux à deux. Elle me rend fou des fois, je pense à elle tous les soirs. Elle me dit tu te fous de moi, pourquoi tu doutes de moi? Je t'ai fait souffrir, tes rires, tes larmes me parlent beaucoup. Tu me rends malade, 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 à quoi tu joues?
Tout ce temps passé dans le noir, attendre un signe, un appel. Comme si c'était si difficile de se dire je t'aime. Tant pis si j'ai changé, si je suis pas resté le même. Tant que je sais qu'au fond tu sais combien je t'aime. Ce matin je me suis levé, je pensais t'avoir oublié jusqu'à ce que mon cœur me parle de toi. Qu'est-ce que je suis censé faire? À part voir les billets s'empiler jusqu'à ce que je perde le nord. Je me passerai jamais la corde au cou, même si c'est vrai que pour toi j'ai sacrifié beaucoup. Ouais c'est ma chichi, je suis son Goku. C'est la seule avec qui je veux former un beau couple. Je te l'ai dit tant de fois, je t'aime, pas besoin que les gens le voient. Pourquoi tu m'en veux? Pour toi j'ai tant fait, pourtant tu n'en veux pas. Ma chérie tu sais que les mots font plus mal que les gestes. Quand tu dis que j'en fais peu, peut-être qu'au fond de toi tu me testes.
Tout ce temps passé dans le noir, attendre un signe, un appel. Comme si c'était si difficile de se dire je t'aime. Tant pis si j'ai changé, si je suis pas resté le même. Tant que je sais qu'au fond tu sais combien
futur. Habiba, follow me. J'ai fait le plus dur. Maintenant follow ça. T'es dans ma tête comme cette mélodie. Oui, comme cette mélodie. J'passe toutes mes soirées dans l'insomnie. Oui, dans l'insomnie. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Même avec j'saurais où te trouver. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Je vais tout faire pour me faire pardonner. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Même avec j'saurais où te trouver. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Je vais tout faire pour me faire pardonner. Je regrette d'avoir été malhonnête. Pour m'en remettre, j'espère trouver le remède. Autour d'elle, tout le monde lui dit que je suis la relève. Elle a plus le temps, elle aura quand j'aurai ma Rolex. T'es parti, j'ai dit bon départ. Mais je me sens mal, moi, quand t'es pas là. Je peux pas t'oublier, mon cœur a des balades. Trop de fois j'ai nié, je t'ai amené en balade. Avec toi je veux briller. Te regarder dans les yeux, c'est regarder le soleil. Même avec des billets. Je pense encore à toi, je souris bêtement, j'ai plus sommeil. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Même avec je saurais où te trouver. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Je vais tout faire pour me faire pardonner. Je l'aime, c'est une femme pieuse. Elle est très précieuse. Elle me faisait des rappels pour éviter que je finisse en prison. Elle me supportait dans mes dièses. Même quand c'était dur, c'était plus qu'une amitié. Elle me souhaitait le bonheur dans ses prières. Le caractère d'une désert. La seule dans ce monde qui me redonnait des ailes. Même perdu dans le désert. Je retrouvais le chemin car tous les chemins mènent à elle. Dans le futur, Habiba, follow me. J'ai fait le plus dur. Maintenant follow ça. T'es dans ma tête comme cette mélodie. Oui, comme cette mélodie. J'passe toutes mes soirées dans l'insomnie. Oui, dans l'insomnie. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Même avec j'saurais où te trouver. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Je vais tout faire pour me faire pardonner. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Même avec j'saurais où te trouver. Habiba, Habiba, Habiba. Je vais tout faire pour me faire pardonner. Habiba, toi عشتك يا حبيبة. حبيبة موت عليك يا حبيبة. حبيبة توحشتك يا حبيبة. حبيبة موت عليك يا حبيبة. حبيبة توحشتك يا حبيبة. حبيبة موت عليك يا حبيبة. حبيبة توحشتك يا حبيبة. حبيبة موت عليك يا حبيبة. T'es ma Jasmine, j'suis ton Aladdin. T'es ma Jasmine, j'suis ton Aladdin. T'es ma Jasmine, j'suis ton Aladdin. Oui, ton Aladdin. Oui, ton Aladdin.
Laisse-moi Coca-Coca. On pourrait faire la guerre pour toi, même avec un bon avocat. Pas sûr que je m'en sorte. Mélange Jack Mel dans le Coca. Faut pas trop qu'on la regarde. Je marquais comme un coca à chaque fois que je suis sincère. M'envole avec elle en business, désactive ma loca. J'appelle mon bébé, j'appelle mon doudou, j'appelle ma loca. Y'a pas que la fumée qui rend fou, y'a un peu de nous, beaucoup de passion. T'arrives à me faire perdre la tête. Tu me fais le même effet que la droga. Ma loca, j'ai pris des notes. J'ai oublié avec une autre. J'tiens le volant avec une main.
tête en otage. C'était comme si je tombais du 27e étage. On a écrit l'histoire à deux mains dans la main. Donc c'est difficile pour moi de tourner la page. Bébé, bébé, sans toi mes nuits ne sont plus les mêmes. Bébé, bébé, donc on vole avec elle en business. Désactive ma loca. J'appelle mon bébé, j'appelle mon doudou, j'appelle ma loca. Y'a pas que la fumée qui en fout, y'a un peu de nous, beaucoup de passion. T'arrives à me faire perdre la tête, tu me fais le même effet que la droga. Ma loca, j'ai pris tes notes, je vais t'oublier avec une autre. Je tiens le volant avec une main, j'arrive en bas dans 10 minutes. C'est une bague de menottes.
Pourrais leur pardonner, mais dans ma tête c'est vendetta. Je pourrais leur pardonner, mais dans ma tête c'est vendetta. C'est bien d'avoir du cœur, mais c'est peut-être mieux d'avoir des talles.
Poto c'est la street qui m'a élevé. J'ai vu la faucheuse sur un D-Max. On partira peut-être sur un P9. On partira peut-être sur un P9. Poto c'est la street qui m'a élevé. J'fais ce qu'il est keuf en repérage. Le cœur à 200 devant le péage. J'me ferais péter pour un P9. J'suis dans la zone, j'compte bénéfice. J'pense à ma mère à la police. Est-ce que j'fais sombrer dans la folie? Toute l'année faut du cash. Encore une nuit dans mon hall. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache dans le produit. J'suis cramé dans le hall. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache dans le produit. Ouais ouais. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. J'suis dans le club un année. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année. Elle me propose un verre de Henny. Mais j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année. Lumière de Jérôme ébloui. J'regarde dans l'air dans le hall. Y'a plus d'étoiles dans la holly que de lumière dans le hall. Les mêmes scénarios, les mêmes stories. T'es cramé quand tu joues un rôle. J'trouve le repos dans l'insomnie. J'ai choisi le gun et la rose. Comme la mafia napolitaine. J'ai mis des noms sur mon cahier. Ils font la malade tous les week-ends. On va les chercher dans leur carré. J'suis dans mon RS, dans mon vaisseau. Je les vois porter l'œil dans mon rétro. On est dans les bails, dans les vraies choses. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache, j'vends le produit. J'suis cramé dans le hall. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. Ça paie comme un OG. J'détache, j'vends le produit. Ouais ouais. Et toi tu me dis que la vie est belle. J'suis dans le club un année. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année. Elle me propose un verre de Henny. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année. J'suis dans le club un année. Et j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année. Elle me propose un verre de Henny. Mais j'regarde toujours derrière moi. Un année.
Laissez-moi loin de tout, le lion finit dans le seau. Je marche seul comme un loup, j'avance tout seul sans mes doutes. Les jaloux tournent autour, tout ça, ça en faux. Ils ont pas cru en nous, le sommet, mon seul rendez-vous. Et comme un loup solitaire, je suis parti du secteur. La lune comme seul repère, minutieux comme le bruit de mes pas. Solitaire, je me méfie des vipères. J'ai passé tout l'hiver à me questionner sur mes choix. M'appelle pas, je suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Le cœur est sous canon, faut que l'amour, je fais couler la larme. Y'a du shit sur la lame, j'détaille ma vie vague à l'âme. J'deviens fou, tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. M'appelle pas, je suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme
nuit me chuchote à l'oreille, me pousse à faire des sauts pour faire beaucoup d'oseille. Rien que je navigue, j'ai plus rien à perdre, j'aime pas trop faire la paix quand ils m'ont fait la guerre. Ouais, personne pour me raisonner. Moi je connais pas le sommet, la vie de rêve on l'aura poteau si Dieu veut. 2 millions cachés, je m'arrache, je profiterai de la vie quand j'aurai le moral. Il faut du papier pour tourner là, je paille. Et quand je pense au passé, je revois les orages. Je suis dans la zone, et où est-ce qu'on vit, c'est réel. Y'a pas d'aurore boréale dans la rue, j'fous du miel. Faut vivre ce qui doit mon péage, faut l'oblige, faut nier. Combien de fois j'ai douté, j'ai pas su m'écouter. Et derrière ce reflet, je vais pas couler dans l'eau. C'est peut-être mon dernier couplet. Je partirai quand je devrais, je vois le temps s'écouler. J'avance comme un loup, m'appelle pas, je suis pas là. Quelque part sous Paname, le cœur est sous canon. Faut que l'amour, je fais couler la larme. Y'a du shit sur la lame, j'détaille ma vie vague à l'âme. J'deviens fou, tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. M'appelle pas, j'suis pas là, quelque part sur Paname. Tout seul comme un loup, comme un loup, comme un loup. Le cœur est sous canon, alors j'fous que l'amour. Les années passent, je suis dans l'impasse, je vois toujours pas les billets colorés. On a la dalle, on veut leur place, prépare le contrat, faudra bien négocier. Elle veut mon cœur, mais je le cadenasse, elle aura rien, j'ai vu tous ses dossiers. Il me faut du cash, si on m'attache, mon avocat c'est maître Monoré. Je suis dans la tête, je fais ce qu'il a haise, pas tant à perdre pour billets colorés. Je suis dans la verte et la neige, je me vois claquer des gros salaires à Milano. Je suis dans la presse, je suis sous CR, j'ai passé toute la nuit en GAV. Moi je dois rien à personne, la rue c'est pas ma femme, je lui ai pas Milano. Dans la neuzo, au-dessus de la tour isolée. Je suis pas trop à la maison, et ouais maman désolé. Je dois tout faire pour me vaisseau, y'a rien pour me consoler. Je crois que j'ai perdu la raison, et les démons me rayonnaient. Et maintenant Simon, je dois bâtir un empire. Taf en silence, viendra le bruit. Les gens qui t'envient sont souvent les plus proches. Viens du même bloc, sans faire de bruit. Perdu trop d'années, je dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, je dois rentabiliser. Perdu trop d'années, je dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, je dois rentabiliser. J'ai perdu des années, bloc, 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 bloc. J'ai perdu des années, bloc, 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 bloc. J'ai préféré mailler, bloc, 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 bloc. À défaut de me noyer, bloc, 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 bloc. Perdu du temps, perdu des frères, perdu de l'argent, maintenant faut se refaire. Je leur ai donné des armes, ils ont changé de camp. Je connais pas mes limites, je veux pas de la vie d'avant. Y'a personne qu'on imite, on a défié l'agent. On a séché nos larmes, on va tous de l'avant. Je vois tout le monde sur mes côtes, mais je leur dois aucun pareil. Pas le droit à la fois, tu commets si à Paris. C'est tous des potes qu'on t'arrange sur le tarif. Le plus gros défaut de l'homme, c'est quand tu trahis. Ça toque à la porte, on sait que c'est pas la voisine. Tu traînes dans le bloc, tu gagnes des problèmes. Moi si je réussis, c'est pas grâce à la magie. Maintenant Simon, je dois bâtir un empire. Taf en silence, viendra le bruit. Les gens qui t'envient sont souvent les plus proches. Viens du même bloc, sans faire de bruit. Perdu trop d'années, je dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, je dois rentabiliser. Perdu trop d'années, je dois rentabiliser. Les temps pleins dans mon bloc, je dois rentabiliser. Bloc, 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 bloc. J'ai perdu des années. Bloc, 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 bloc. J'ai préféré mailler. Bloc, 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 bloc. À défaut de me noyer. Bloc, 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 bloc.
Tu peux penser ce que tu veux, regarde-moi dans les yeux et dis-moi ce que tu vois. Dehors le ciel est noir, y'a les bleus dans le couloir, j'ai dû cacher la bœuf. Je pourrais tout faire pour toi, toi tu connais l'histoire, belle à mieux que mon baveux. Je repense à toutes ces fois où j'ai dû faire des choix pour qu'on soit mieux à deux. Elle me rend fou des fois, je pense à elle tous les soirs. Elle me dit tu te fous de moi, pourquoi tu doutes de moi? Je t'ai fait souffrir, tes rires, tes larmes me parlent beaucoup. Tu me rends malade, 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 à quoi tu joues?
Tout ce temps passé dans le noir, attendre un signe, un appel, comme si c'était si difficile de se dire je t'aime. Tant pis si j'ai changé, si je suis pas resté le même. Tant que je sais qu'au fond tu sais combien je t'aime. Ce matin je me suis levé, je pensais t'avoir oublié jusqu'à ce que mon cœur me parle de toi. Qu'est-ce que je suis censé faire? À pas voir les billets s'empiler jusqu'à ce que je perde le nord. Je me passerai jamais la corde au cou, même si c'est vrai que pour toi j'ai sacrifié beaucoup. Ouais c'est ma chichi, je suis son Goku, c'est la seule avec qui je veux former un beau couple. Je te l'ai dit tant de fois, je t'aime, pas besoin que les gens le voient. Pourquoi tu m'en veux? Pour toi j'ai tant fait, pourtant tu n'en veux pas. Ma chérie tu sais que les mots font plus mal que les gestes. Quand tu dis que j'en fais peu, peut-être qu'au fond de toi tu me testes.
Tout ce temps passé dans le noir, attendre un signe, un appel, comme si c'était si difficile de se dire je t'aime. Tant pis si j'ai changé, si je suis pas resté le même. Tant que je sais qu'au fond tu sais combien je t'aime. Signa, PZ, TZ, yeah. Les années passent, j'ai pas changé. Toujours assis sur le même banc, avec les mêmes têtes, à compter les liasses et les gens qui passent. Je suis resté bloqué, j'ai pas tourné la page. Quand j'étais gosse, j'ai tenté des choses. Les flics ont toqué, j'ai dû cacher le cash. Je me suis calmé depuis que j'ai vu que la moitié de mes tigres sont rentrés en cage. J'ai aimé la rue pour son papier, moi qui voulais finir comme Mbappé. Malheureusement j'ai pas marqué des buts, mais les coups de pute de la vie m'ont marqué. Aujourd'hui est pire qu'hier, j'ai pas d'avenir sûr. Maman pleure dans ses prières, faut que je la rassure. Je suis parti de rien, je dois tout donner pour la rendre fière. Nos pères et nos mères vivent dans l'inquiétude. Pour de la thune on a jeté nos sacs. Tous les jours en bas du bas de ceux qui ont pas fait d'études. Servent les bolos à la fac. Faut qu'on me finance, j'ai besoin de sous. Ramène les gros chèques à ma table. Je fais mes projets en silence, y'a trop de jaloux. Je me fais discret comme la BAC, j'ai rien dans les poches. Loin du salaire à Coman, le bif c'est ça qu'on aime. La malchance me cauchemar, je trouve pas le sommeil, je fais des cauchemars. Triste est la vie qu'on mène. J'ai plein de principes, plein de valeurs. J'ai le cœur fait en diamant. Que dois-je faire mon seigneur? J'ai même de la famille qui veulent pas de mon bonheur. Le soir j'en lâche des larmes, je prie Dieu pour sauver mon âme. Je me sens perdu, je me sens mal. Des fois je me dis comment je vais faire pour trouver ma femme. Besoin de quelqu'un qui m'aime pas pour la maille. Je roule pas en Porsche, il me demande si j'ai percé. Je réponds non, pas encore. Je suis pas à ma place comme Cabeno et lors du ballon d'or. Vert, blanc, rouge, je suis un vrai TZ. C'est la fierté qui parlait alors. La moitié d'un TZ n'a jamais fait un vrai TZ. TZ mis à moi. Des putains d'erreurs, poto, j'en ai commises. Le passé me rattrape comme Sonic. J'rappe mes souvenirs. Alhamdoulilah, je suis solide malgré ma solitude. Je vois quand même des sourires. Bang, bang. La moitié d'un TZ n'a jamais fait un vrai TZ. Je suis pas à ma place comme Cabeno et lors du ballon d'or. Bang, bang. Senior. PZ. TZ.
Ta tête.
Écoute.
Pourvu que je ne fasse pas de cauchemar. Un vilain rêve.
Je suis dans un malaise, je contrôle mon job, je tiens la manette. J'ai trop perdu dedans, maintenant faut que je remplisse la mallette. J'ai l'alarme à l'œil, le soir quand je mets l'alarme à l'heure. 35 heures pour 1200, je préfère mettre une arme en l'air. J'observe leur système, j'ai l'impression qu'ils mentent. J'ai peur de Dieu, je regarde le ciel, j'ai cette pression qui monte. Je suis perdu comme le passé, je me sens mal, j'en parle pas. Le futur me fait flipper, comme le regard de papa. Besoin de personne, je m'en sors seul. J'ai des chances de m'en sortir, alors leur mère m'ensorcelle. Petit frère, évite les problèmes judiciaires. À chaque erreur que tu vas faire, n'oublie jamais que t'es vu du ciel. La vie, elle est fragile, elle tient qu'à une ficelle. J'aime pas les filles faciles, mais est-ce que je mérite une fille saine? Je veux pas contre mes démons, ils veulent pas me laisser tranquille. Je me méfie des méchants, surtout de ceux qui sont très gentils. Que des haineurs dans ma ville qui souhaitent l'enfer, faut qu'on se barre d'ici. On veut le paradis car là-bas y'a pas de jalousie. J'avance pas la tête baissée, je suis un homme, je suis un DZ. Si j'ai des choses à dire, je le dis, quitte à faire des blessés. J'ai donné sans compter, pas là à faire le comptable. Mon cœur c'est comme une mosquée, sois propre si tu veux rentrer. Cagoule et ganté, j'en ai fait de l'argent haram. Croyant mais j'en ai rien fait, à part du mal à mon âme. Va chercher du travail, y'a pas d'avenir en bas des blocs. Le voyou c'est pas toi, c'est le mec en costume cravate. Je traîne avec des haragas, garage des sacs à la gare. Ça bouffe France mec et nous c'est pas le paradise. Je mets des bonnes choses dans mes clips, on arrive à me critiquer. J'ai ta Bassem qui ferme sa gueule, qui continue à cliquer. Dans ce rap jeu, les gens moi je les sens pas. Tu veux signer, prévois les 200K. Je demande rien à mon miroir, je laisse faire le destin. Si ça marche, hamdoulah, si ça marche pas on reste un. Faites confiance à votre vie, je suis dans la jungle, je suis Mowgli. Je connais les hommes et leurs vices, un sem regarde maudit. Capuché, je suis dans l'audi, je fais le tour de la ville, y'a rien à faire. J'écoute du Hesni, je cogite à ma vie, à mes galères. Je triche, garde tout, j'arrive pas à le cacher. Je vois le mal partout, c'est peut-être à cause du passé. Pour tout la vie c'est pas simple, la mienne je veux pas la gâcher. Mon père a fait des sous, mais mon père a le dos cassé. Je parle pas, je fais le sourd quand il s'agit de brasser. J'ai sorti la location, on dit que j'ai vendu lacet. Je traîne tard dans le four, rien à faire, je suis blasé. Rien à faire, je suis blasé. Rien à faire, je suis blasé. Je triche, garde tout, j'arrive pas à le cacher. Je vois le mal partout, c'est peut-être à cause du passé. Pour tout la vie c'est pas simple, la mienne je veux pas la gâcher. Mon père a fait.
TZ c'est nous les hommes. Pas de petit, pas de corazon. Africain c'est nous les hommes. Pas de petit, pas de corazon.
C'est nous les hommes, on n'a pas de pitié, on n'a pas de corazon. Je nettoie le couteau plein de résine, mais rends pas perdre la raison. Si tu me cherches, je suis dans la zone, jamais fait de prison. Mais le vécu est sombre, nous on veut que la somme. Mais ça peut la descendre de janvier à décembre. J'ai plus rien à perdre, sans même plus la peur, tel un clandestino. J'ai beaucoup souffert, c'était ma destinée. Je fais pas de cinéma, je suis pas Tarantino. Mais maintenant je suis la route, je suis comme Valentino. J'ai passé la douane pour ma famille, mes pensées m'ont pas trahi. Je suis un caïd, je mets votre système en faillite. Appelez-moi Ridwan Faïd. Le soleil se lève, je pars au bon cher, je suis un seul. J'ai donné RDV au Yankee, faut que je reste l'heure. Pas de perte de temps, je mets la perte de gants, si la journée paye pas. Je comprends pas, j'ai pas peur des condés, mais j'ai peur de papa. Reste que tu me dois, sinon la. On vit dans les ténèbres, chez Tani nous démarre. Toute la semaine, je suis à la poste, posté sur le T-Max. Dis-moi y'a qui quand t'es mal, les gens t'aiment que quand t'es mort. Me parle pas d'amour, je suis dégoûté des femmes, je les emmène tous au télo. Je suis dans la loc à 200 km, à partir de minuit tout le monde est pilonné. Viens voir mes gars, tu veux des kilomètres, on fait pas de crédit même si t'es honnête. La patate elle vient du riff, bientôt on est blindé. Je réponds plus à l'intérim, je suis en mission sur le renté. À partir de minuit tout le monde sous cache, je suis dans le cartel, je fais des sous-sales. Devant Yema, je garde le sourire pour l'écarter de mes sous-sailles. Ils font que me haïen, quand ils me passent le célèbre. J'imagine pas le jour où je vais devoir sortir le Cayenne. J'ai qu'un seul but c'est maillé, comme Marco Bizzarri. Mais pour ça faut être malin, déter quand le pire arrive. Location de coffre c'est terre, que des mauvais garçons dans le secteur. On vend toutes sortes de drogues pour ne pas taffer 35 heures. Que des rafales signées, je vais les ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Toute la tête c'est avec moi, on va les ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Que des rafales signées, je vais les ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Ravaler, ravaler. Toute la tête c'est avec on va les rafaler, 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 rafaler. C'est la jungle, my gueule.
Ah oui.
Heures du mat, je me lève. Comme Tony et Manny, je veux la vie de rêve. Un je t'aime au bout des lèvres qui ne sort pas. Y'a ma mère au bout du tel qui parle au bled. Et notre frigo est vide, je regrette de pas ramener plus de billets, je suis dans les dettes. Je me dois de faire du bénéf, mais pour l'instant je suis dans la perte, j'esquive les chips en bleu. Je repense à Bouna et Ziyed, Adama Traoré, leur famille en deuil, le cœur fendu en deux. Clément ne s'inquiète pas, ici bas je ferai de mon mieux, si Dieu veut. Inch'Allah. Signal PZ, TZ 2.5 sur le terrain. Besoin de personne pour marquer des buts. Sur le terrain, je me la joue perso comme ma tempe et Narva. J'en ai marre de ces gens qui parlent par intérêt. Je veux tout avoir, oui, car je suis parti de rien. Les fins de mois sont un peu trop serrés. Comment rester serein? Je parle ma vie et c'est de mes frères. Paradis sous le pied de nos mères, on leur fait vivre l'enfer. Déclare pas la guerre, non, manque pas politesse, bang, on s'est fait nous-mêmes comme la mafia napolitaine, bang, bang, bang. Je veux des répètes pour mes potes ou mes proches, j'en veux baiser comme Benzema, car en ce moment c'est le désert dans mes poches. Je prends pas des ailes gros, je reste moi-même. Quand je suis du père et que tous mes perturbes ont vite fumé du terre, mais j'ai tout arrêté. Les petits déconnent, par plus d'école, ils ont pris du fer mais se sont fait péter. Plus je grandis, plus je comprends pourquoi maman pleurait. J'ai pas leurré, on passait tuer la santé pour des gens qui n'ont même pas payé. Leur fils est devenu un lion. Dans la savane, suis les traces et l'odeur avant de goûter le goût du pognon. Si je fais le million, voudront-ils me fumer comme un pilon? Le silence en disant qu'en disant rien, on a tout dit, le savoir est une arme, j'ai les armes à Poutine. Pour cette pute de marine, l'État nous vend notre oseille pour se payer les meilleures bouteilles. Veulent nous garder en sommeil et ripostent quand on se réveille. Bang, bang. Tous ces jaloux m'envient, ils font que mater ma vie. À perpiller les palmiers, cache la famille. J'avoue la mer c'est petit, ici, yeah. Tous ces jaloux m'envient, ils font que mater ma vie. À perpiller les palmiers, cache la famille. J'avoue la mer c'est petit, ici, yeah. Couloum kiff kiff, c'est la routine. Poster à la sur les yeux, névrite un boutique. On veut tout et tout de suite, faire beaucoup de chiffres, se saper en Gucci. J'sors pas le soir, j'suis parano, j'serais même, j'écris toute la nuit. Mes potes sont pas des mécanos, manque pas de soucis, y'a les outils. Y'a les outils, ils font les bandits mais ils parlent pour qui? Coup de tête, des aides, Materazzi, la fierté à Zizou, nerveux à la poutine. Me parle pas de love, elle veut mes love à la poutine. Elle dit que j'vaux de l'or, mais moi je stoppe quand j'aboutis. Personne ne m'arrête, tu quand m'arrête, ça n'a marre de la haine, on veut le palmarès, ça Inesta. Ils m'espionnent, ils m'aiment pas, ils me questionnent sur mes dièses. Mes frères ont le ventre vide, faut que l'argent rentre vite. Ils veulent GP 800 pour faire hella dans le centre-ville. Tous ces jaloux m'envient, ils font que mater ma vie. À perpiller les palmiers, cache la famille. J'avoue la mer c'est petit, ici, yeah. Tous ces jaloux m'envient, ils font que mater ma vie. À perpiller les palmiers, cache la famille. J'avoue la mer c'est petit, ici, yeah.
occasionner un...
Mission Control Houston, seeing good performance on four main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Incroyable. Ah, j'ai les poils là.
Passing 1 minute. Approaching max Q.
On a 1 minute 11, c'est ça, voilà, pour max Q. La fusée supersonique à peu de choses près.
Communication signal transfer confirmed.
Oh, regardez le temps, la météo qu'on a en plus. On va avoir des images de incroyables au replay aussi. Le lancement de jour avec un temps pareil, c'était inespéré.
Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2 minute 9 second mark. We see throttle down.
On pourrait voir la fusée s'il vous plaît? S'il vous plaît.
Confirmed separation.
S'il vous plaît.
Main engine throttle guidance converge.
Ok, donc la fusée est à peu près à 5000 km/h là.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready. Copy all, Stan. Integrity, SM priming complete.
Quelle vue sur les boosters là.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage.
Il va y avoir le largage des panneaux latéraux de l'ESM européen. Donc le module de service, qui a des panneaux qui protègent les, enfin qui a des panneaux structurels qui protègent les panneaux solaires qui sont, les fragiles panneaux solaires qui sont dessous, qui vont se faire larguer là. Waouh, regardez ça. Ah oui, voilà les 3 panneaux, super. Et on voit les panneaux solaires qui sont dessous. L'Europe est dans l'espace et remplit sa part du boulot pour l'instant. Et voilà le LAS, donc la tour d'éjection qui a été larguée. On l'a vu. Et on l'a vu, on l'a vu. C'est pas standing by, on l'a vu. Ouais.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02. We see you sail on board, Stan. And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Les vues en infrarouge, c'est toujours super hein, pour voir les éléments qui ont été largués.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen crossed the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Donc c'est pas tout de suite hein, la séparation là, on a encore 3 minutes avant la fin de la poussée. Oh, la vue, ah, ça devait être 3 minutes 30. Ouais. La vue qu'ils devaient avoir les gens sur place.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Ok. Ça c'est bien, donc ils ont reçu le GPS. Le...
Phoenix Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Alors un petit récap de la timeline qui suit, ouais, bien
Approaching
sûr.
5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Donc là, vous pouvez avoir ce qui nous attend.
Integrity, 3 engine press. 3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time,
Super les images.
here in Mission Control Houston.
Reed Wiseman
Integrity,
confirmed.
75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000
Merci.
miles per hour.
Donc là, on va avoir bientôt, dans 2 minutes, l'extinction du corps central, comme je vous disais. Hein. Il est largement surdimensionné, le corps central. Et donc, on va se retrouver avec l'ensemble qui va être mis sur orbite, parce que l'étage supérieur est trop petit. Ah, ben voilà.
Soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling expected
Bon.
at the 7-minute mark.
Il faut aimer les miles par heure et les miles.
78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Ok.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight.
Pour info, les boosters non réutilisables sont tombés dans l'Atlantique déjà là depuis quelques secondes. Ils sont retombés dans l'eau. Ils seront pas réutilisés et ils seront même pas récupérés probablement.
Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark.
Donc là, au fur et à mesure que le corps central devient de plus en plus léger, il diminue la poussée afin de limiter l'accélération et les contraintes mécaniques sur le lanceur. C'est pas pour réduire l'accélération sur les astronautes, c'est surtout pour réduire l'accélération sur les structures.
That would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
Alors je vois pas mal de commentaires sur le système le système d'unité qui est utilisé ici. C'est évidemment pour le public américain. Tous les calculs à bord sont faits en mètres, enfin sont faits en unités ici. Il n'y a pas de pieds par seconde, il n'y a pas de miles, il n'y a pas de miles par heure dans leur ordinateur de bord. Au niveau de l'affichage peut-être, oh, regardez l'ICPS qui se fait larguer. Donc là, on a vu une vue sympa. On a vu une vue sympa sur la structure interétage dans laquelle il y a l'essentiel de l'avionique de bord du premier étage.
8 minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS.
Donc ça c'était un avion, hein. C'est un avion de la NASA qui suivait le décollage. Toutes les vues infrarouges que vous voyez là, c'était un avion.
9 minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the
voilà.
moon.
Donc là, à cause de ce premier étage, donc beaucoup trop grand par rapport au deuxième étage plus charge utile, ils sont déjà sur orbite. Et déjà sur orbite elliptique. Normalement, ils sont sur une orbite 41 par 1800 km là. Donc actuellement, le périgée est à 41 km. Pourquoi ?
Now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Ok. Donc là, ils sont sur une orbite qui... Enfin, ils sont pas vraiment sur orbite. Ils vont beaucoup plus vite que pour être sur une orbite circulaire, mais ils ont fait exprès de garder leur périgée dans l'atmosphère de la Terre, donc à 40 km d'altitude. Pourquoi ? Parce que ils vont pouvoir, là, d'ici la manœuvre, donc d'ici l'allumage de l'ICPS dans 40 minutes, là, là on a 40 minutes pour causer, hein, si vous voulez, ils vont pouvoir vérifier les systèmes de support vie qui n'ont pas été testés, ou très peu, parce qu'il n'y avait quasiment aucun sous-système sur Artemis 1. Et là, ils vont pouvoir tous les tester. Et donc là, ils sont en phase de test des systèmes support vie, de vérifier que le recyclage d'oxygène fonctionne bien, que les systèmes d'arrivée d'eau fonctionnent, qu'il y a un bon maintien de la pression à l'intérieur de la capsule. Donc là, c'est ce qu'ils sont en train de faire actuellement.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary. We copy that, stand halfway open.
Une fois qu'ils auront pu vérifier que les...
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones, we have a good nozzle extension deployment system.
Ok.
That is
La tuyère du RL-10 c'est bien étendue.
We also have the visors are confirmed up, now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed, they're going to raise those visors.
Donc ils ont enlevé leur visière.
And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft.
Donc là, pour l'instant, ils sont toujours attachés à leur siège. Hein.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone.
Donc, je disais, donc là, actuellement, c'est principalement les équipes au sol, mais avec l'aide des équipes à bord, ils sont en train de vérifier que la capsule, le système de support vie est en bon état. Si ce n'est pas le cas, il leur suffit de ne rien faire et ils retombent sur Terre d'ici 1h30 en gros. Et si jamais tout est au vert, eh bien, ils vont pouvoir faire AT plus 49 minutes. Ils vont pouvoir allumer le moteur ICPS pour la première fois pour relever ce périgée, donc ce point le plus bas de leur orbite, et le passer de 41 km à 140 km. Donc ils font exprès de le maintenir très bas. 140 km, c'est très bas hein, pour une orbite. Ils font exprès de le maintenir très bas pour... par effet Aubert, ça s'appelle comme ça, pouvoir fournir une manœuvre très efficace d'évasion vers la Lune ensuite. Mais en tout cas, ils seront sur une orbite stable. Ensuite...
is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the...
Voilà. Là, ils vont réinterroger des gens. Donc ce qui va se passer, c'est que ils vont relever le périgée pour que il retombe pas dans l'atmosphère, pour qu'ils puissent continuer à faire la mission. Et donc encore une fois, c'est volontaire. Ils auraient très bien pu se mettre sur orbite là, mais ils ont fait exprès de ne pas le faire pour pouvoir retomber sur Terre en cas de problème et ramener l'équipage. Il y a Ensuite, ils vont attendre 1 heure de plus pour, une fois qu'ils sont au point le plus bas, rallumer une deuxième fois le moteur afin de, cette fois-ci, relever le point le plus haut. Je vous ai dit que actuellement là, ils sont sur une orbite 1800, enfin 41 km par 1800. Quand ils arriveront à 1800, le 41, ils vont le remonter à 140. Et quand ils arriveront à 140 km d'altitude, là, ils vont allumer le moteur pour relever l'apogée de 1800 jusqu'à 70 000 km. Et ensuite, là, ils sont sur une orbite qui va durer en gros 24 heures. Donc c'est là où je peux vous remontrer ça. Voilà. Là, on a l'orbite. Actuellement, on est sur l'orbite bleu-vert, là. Une fois qu'ils arrivent là-haut, si tout va bien, ils vont faire une petite poussée pour remonter le bas. Et une fois qu'ils arrivent en bas, ils font une grosse poussée pour arriver jusque tout là-haut. Et donc là, l'ICPS aura fini sa mission. Et donc là, ils vont se séparer de l'étage supérieur et ils vont faire des manœuvres manuelles de test, de rendez-vous avec l'étage. Pourquoi faire ces manœuvres ? Pour vérifier que Orion est bien capable de pouvoir aller s'amarrer, par exemple, avec un futur atterrisseur lunaire, le HLS. Donc, c'est le pilote. Alors, évidemment, je suis nul avec les noms. Victor Clover, qui va réaliser ça. Et donc, voilà, pendant quelques dizaines de minutes, ils vont s'amuser à faire ça. Ensuite, Orion va s'éloigner de l'ICPS. L'ICPS va larguer 4 petits CubeSats sur cette longue orbite elliptique, donc 140 par 70 000 km. Et l'ICPS va rallumer une dernière fois son moteur pour retomber dans l'atmosphère et éviter de faire un débris de plus. Et ensuite, après 24 heures, donc là ils vont dormir l'équipage, après 24 heures, quand ils seront de nouveau au périgée de cette longue orbite, ils vont allumer le moteur de l'ESM, le moteur de module de service européen. Le moteur en lui-même, il y a des bouts américains et des bouts européens. La tuyère, c'est un bout américain qui a déjà volé sur navette spatiale. Et donc ce petit allumage va permettre de partir vers la Lune. Donc ce sera la Translunar Injection d'environ 400 mètres secondes, je crois. Et ensuite, une fois qu'ils sont partis, donc après 24 heures sur orbite, une fois qu'ils sont partis, ils vont faire le trajet pendant 5 jours où ils vont contourner la Lune et revenir. J'ai une petite animation qui permet de vous montrer ça. Oui, c'est un OMS, tout à fait. Hop là, on peut voir. Donc là, ce sera déjà dans 2 heures. Hein. C'est-à-dire que là, ils ont déjà fini leur orbite basse, qui est déjà elliptique. Ils ont déjà fait le deuxième allumage, donc le premier allumage ici de l'ICPS pour monter le périgée. Le deuxième allumage, une fois au périgée, pour monter l'apogée. Et donc là, cette animation commence alors que ils sont déjà sur une orbite très elliptique. Donc là, ensuite, c'est l'ESM qui va allumer son moteur pour aller rejoindre la Lune. Là, vous avez en haut à gauche la durée de la mission, la durée écoulée. Il ne va pas y avoir de mise sur orbite autour de la Lune parce que Orion en est complètement incapable. Donc ça va tourner autour de la Lune, ça va survoler la Lune à 7400 km d'altitude. Et ensuite, retour dans le Pacifique. Voilà. Là, on peut voir la même chose, mais vue de la Lune. C'est exactement la même trajectoire, mais vue de la Lune. Donc ça, c'est une vue que je trouve intéressante, parce que la véritable trajectoire qu'ils vont suivre, c'est celle de gauche, pour que vous compreniez. C'est ça qu'ils vont suivre si on pouvait se mettre au-dessus de la Terre et regarder, c'est à ça que ça ressemblerait. Par contre, la vue que vous voyez à droite, c'est si on tourne avec la Lune autour de la Terre. Donc, c'est-à-dire on bloque la Lune à droite, on bloque la Terre à gauche, donc on se retrouve à devoir tourner au même rythme que la Lune autour de son orbite. Et donc là, si on regarde, on peut voir qu'il n'y a plus rien qui est aligné, c'est normal, c'est plus un référentiel inertiel, c'est un référentiel tournant. Mais donc, vu de quelqu'un qui est sur la Lune, ça ressemblerait à ça, la trajectoire. Voilà. Et ça donne un air de poisson d'avril, hein, d'ailleurs. D'ailleurs, ceux qui ont fait déjà un petit peu de KSP ou de mécanique orbitale savent que cette trajectoire, en vrai, elle n'est pas possible. En tout cas, c'est pas une trajectoire keplérienne. Parce que, regardez là, l'axe qui relie le périgée à l'apogée n'est pas du tout équivalent à l'axe qui relie l'apogée et le périgée par rapport à la Lune. Alors il existe des manœuvres qu'on peut faire pour décaler tout ça, mais c'est absolument prohibitif en termes de consommation de carburant. Donc c'est simplement la justification à ça, c'est simplement un effet lié à la rotation du repère. En gros, on tourne pendant qu'on affiche. Donc voilà, c'est un artefact en réalité. Et comme je vous l'ai dit, si en réalité on regardait ça vu de tout en haut, on le verrait comme ici sur la gauche. Mais là, c'est une trajectoire qui est beaucoup plus naturelle, évidemment. Alors, est-ce qu'on a une idée de la dosimétrie totale du vol? Oui, et c'est extrêmement dépendant des conditions, ce qu'on appelle la météo solaire. Mais c'est assez faible en réalité. C'est l'équivalent d'une radio. Enfin, c'est genre 1 millisievert. Après, encore une fois, il y a énormément de variance là-dessus, mais c'est que dalle. Vous faites un PET scan ou des scanners. Moi, j'ai dû passer pas mal d'examens depuis 1 an. Et j'ai fait un voyage vers Mars en termes de radiation déjà. Beaucoup plus que eux, j'ai beaucoup plus ramassé que eux ramasseront jamais pendant leur vol. Là. Bref, tout ça pour dire que, à moins d'une tempête solaire exceptionnelle, ce qui est toujours possible, normalement on s'attend à ce qu'il n'y ait pas de dose particulièrement élevée. De quand datent les RS-25 de ce lancement? Alors, j'ai l'information, je vais vous donner ça. Donc, les 4 moteurs de SLS, sur les 4 moteurs, il y en a 3 qui ont déjà volé. Une seconde, je recherche ça dans mes archives. Voilà. Je vais vous montrer ça ici. Donc, il y a 4 moteurs. Il y a le moteur 2047, 2059, 2061 et 2062. Donc sur les 4, il n'y a que le 2062 qui est un moteur entièrement nouveau, enfin entièrement, qui a été fait à partir de pièces de moteur de la navette spatiale. Par contre, les 3 autres moteurs ont déjà fait pas mal de vols. Et regardez, le 2047, il a fait combien de vols? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Il a déjà fait 15 vols spatiaux, ce vol. Et il a volé pour la première fois en 1998. C'est quand même assez incroyable quand on y pense. Est-ce qu'il y en a qui ont déjà volé sur la même mission? 130, 134? Ouais, par exemple, le 2059 et le 2061 ont déjà volé ensemble. Il y en a qui se connaissent, ça va. Merci, je vois qu'il y a pas mal de monde qui vont se coucher. Vous avez bien raison. Ça a été difficile la décision de faire ce live. Je pense que je vais le payer dans les jours qui arrivent, mais en tout cas, ça m'a fait plaisir de vous retrouver. Vraiment, c'était important pour moi. Content de voir les panneaux solaires sont bien déployés. Et L'ICPS est allumé. Non, normalement, il n'est pas censé être allumé là. Non, non. Non, il n'est pas allumé. C'est un bug d'affichage. Il n'y a aucune raison qu'il soit allumé là. S'il est allumé, il y a un gros problème. Et donc, j'aimerais vraiment beaucoup vous faire un live long là, parce que ça le mérite. Mais je vais pas pouvoir. Donc, je vous invite à aller rejoindre mes collègues français qui font d'autres lives. Ouais, je vais devoir arrêter le live maintenant. Mais merci pour tous. Ça m'a vraiment fait plaisir de refaire ce live. Et j'espère pouvoir recommencer ça, même peut-être dans le cadre de la mission Artemis II. Et sachez que je continue à travailler très fort sur le documentaire de la N1. Merci à tous.
To the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed.
Final. Ouais, le calendrier muskien, c'est multiplié par 3, les délais, c'est tout.
C'est une constante, finalement.
Voilà, c'est une règle à pas déroger. Pour le coup.
Voilà.
Imaginez pouvoir créer n'importe quoi.
Oh les noms des villages, c'est un wifi.
Oh là 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 là.
Ah bah voilà. Voilà, tiens, le point Génus qui m'envoie un raid. Eh bah bravo les copains, bravo. Super votre stream ensemble les gars. Super, mais bisous, je vous aime.
Et il va peut-être arriver sur Discord après.
Bah non, il viendra pas sur Discord. Évidemment.
Alors toi, t'espères un miracle là.
Non, il a dit c'est trop de la merde Discord. Mais je suis pas d'accord avec lui. C'est faux, il ment. Le pH neutre, tout à fait.
Non, mais
PH, dis bonjour à YouTube.
Il a dit ça, on était encore le 1er avril aussi.
C'est ça.
Ouais, voilà. Ça.
Attends, il est où
Non, mais c'est le 1er avril. C'est le 1er avril.
Ouais, c'est ça. Attends, je vais essayer de vous montrer le chat là, que vous puissiez voir PH dire bonjour les gens. Mais oubliez Discord, c'est la chiasse, il dit. Non, mais non, c'est nul, c'est tout. On est d'accord, hein, on est d'accord.
Bah, c'est pratique.
Vive le point Génus. Mais évidemment. Donc, vous avez un bonjour du point Génus.
Bah, écoute, on lui en envoie un tout aussi bon.
Eh oui. Qui était en live et qui vient de m'envoyer des gens. Eh ben, bonjour les gens. Bon, on va continuer, on va voir. On va attendre jusqu'à ce qu'on soit au Périgée.
Bonjour, bonne nuit en même temps.
Voilà, oui, bonne nuit. En fait, là, on est plus sur bonne nuit que bonjour, je crois.
Oui, c'est vrai, ouais.
Mais en vrai, après la manœuvre du Périgée, je crois que je vais essayer de dormir parce qu'il y a pas beaucoup
pas mal
d'images qui sont
d'étonnements
transmises en temps réel, donc il n'y aura pas grand-chose à voir au fur et à mesure. Ce sera peut-être mieux si je me repose un peu et que je fais plus un débrief demain matin et que je sors avant midi.
Alors, il y a un Toufikino qui dit Artemis a atterri sur la Lune, source. Voilà. Donc... ok, c'est cool. Dans
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Mi trabajo es fácil porque uso ClickUp. Así es como hago un seguimiento de todas mis tareas. Empiezo volcando todo lo que tengo que hacer en una vista de lista. Luego, asigno una prioridad y una fecha de entrega para mantener todo bajo control.
Polls go for PRM, pending attitude and saws.
Okay, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Integrity Houston, we see Orion in attitude and SAW in position for PRM.
We see the same on board. Looking good, Stan.
your crypto investing app,
and your stock investing app.
they can become one.
One app to trade them all.
Join eToro and start investing in cryptos.
Ça, c'est principalement pour la télémétrie et la voix, ce qui est important quand on check la sécurité, mais pas pour la vidéo. La vidéo ne passe pas par là. Pourquoi? Parce que je vous ai dit, il y a des choses que les ingénieurs veulent et il y a des choses que le public veut. Et le public, désolé, vous allez prendre peut-être un peu mal, mais le public, la NASA s'en fout.
S'il y a une rotation, qu'il puisse la corriger et qu'il se corrige perpétuellement pour être complètement stable dans la direction qu'il veut dans l'espace. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on a des espèces de mini-moteurs, si on peut appeler ça comme ça, des thrusters, sur le côté pour pouvoir s'orienter dans la direction qu'il veut. Voilà. Donc c'est plutôt quelque chose de... de courant en vrai dans l'espace. Hein. Sinon, on pourrait pas faire tout ça. Je t'entends dire « Ouh ».
Bah, sur Instagram, je vois de MD.
J'espère qu'on aura des images. Ok, donc il y a un problème de réception des données et Houston est encore en cours d'analyse pour régler le problème. Donc oui, Glover, il va en fait finalement tester la maniabilité de la capsule Orion. Et une fois que ces tests seront terminés, c'est là où Orion va s'éloigner. L'ICPS va couper ses moteurs pour se placer sur un orbite cimetière. On va pas la désorbiter pour l'amener sur Terre. Et Orion va passer après en mode pilotage automatique. Et sur l'ICPS, pour information, on n'en a pas parlé, mais il y a des charges utiles.
Mission Control Houston, not seeing some of the data coming from Orion, coming from Integrity. So we're standing by to regain the ability and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to why we are having some intermittent gaps in our data and communications with the crew. Now again, as the teams are troubleshooting.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0 niner seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term "in the blind." That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from the TDRS West satellite. Noting that we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that the solar rays can draw the maximum amount of power.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the TDRS handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
Team here you see in this row at the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Stan Love, the voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity. A Capcom voice that you'll hear throughout the mission as well. Next to Dr. Love, to his right, is Jackie Mahaffey, the Chief Training Officer for the Artemis II crew, and a voice that you'll hear from here in Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Judd Freeling is to Stan Love's left. The ascent flight director and leading the teams through the ascent that happened today. And to the left of Judd Freeling is Flight Director Rick Henfling, part of the entry teams here on console to oversee the ascent portion. He'll be returning to console on flight day 9 to prepare for the splashdown on a nominal timeline for flight day 10.
Houston in the blind. We're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams here are troubleshooting the lack of a forward link, an ability to communicate with the crew aboard Orion. Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment as the forward link was dropped at the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West. That happened, that handover period started at mission elapsed time of 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Capcom Stan Love reporting some updates, what is called in the blind, meaning that though we...
Integrity Houston in the blind, expecting an imminent automated swap to string 2 on board. Also, reminder, we are still receiving good ICPS data.
Again, Capcom Stan Love reporting to the crew in the blind, meaning there may be an ability for the crew to hear the calls from the ground. We do know that we are not able to hear any of the crew calls coming from Orion. We did just confirm that we are receiving data from the upper stage, and that allows us to understand and confirm the attitude and orientation of both spacecraft, knowing that they are at solar normal. And with the reboot, we're starting to get some data here. We'll confirm that the data we are receiving is good. And with the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Tidris.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
And good to hear yours as well.
All right, we are still trying to understand whether the automated swap to S-band string 2 recovered comm for us or what was going on the ground. We gave you calls about an ARB TIG and an oxone inlet filter. Did you copy them?
Copied all.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal. Again, drawing as much power as possible. While Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2, and quid 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy quid 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman working through his steps. At this time in the timeline, mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen should be closing out some of the procedures that were activating some of the environmental control and life support systems. And again, those steps relayed from Capcom Stan Love were received by the crew, so they did copy them and address any of the feedback that was provided by Capcom Stan Love. The launch and entry suits for Mission Specialist 1 and 2, that's Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, per the timeline, they are in the period of time to doff or take off the suits. The launch and entry suits for Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will remain on until after a successful apogee raise burn. Their role is to oversee the successful burn there. In the meantime, they're configuring some of their equipment and configuration that's needed ahead of the day's activities, starting with covering a CCD cursor control device. And they're well on their way to a nominal timeline, of course, addressing the communication link by resetting some ground equipment and changing the string of communications, which addressed the issue, and now we're getting full data from the ICPS as well as the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, questions for Jeremy and for Christina.
Stan, can you power on the toilet, and then we'll stand by for your words for Jeremy and Christina.
Toilet power up is in work. The questions are, can you confirm the HHP cam has been powered down? And then the question for Christina is whether the urine filter, that's the rubber part, was installed, but just no beads connected.
And that's affirmative. The filter was installed, no beads.
Thank you.
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now. Jeremy will get the HHB cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taken a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taken a little bit of time.
Copy. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman aware of the steps, the initial steps for mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, working on some of the systems inside, while the commander and pilot monitor the flight of Integrity.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
We copy that, Stan. Thank you.
Some of the equipment inside needs to be activated by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of these necessary for their trip on their first day in orbit as part of the Artemis II mission. While Christina Cook addressed the waste systems that are on board now that they're activated and purged. Jeremy Hansen working on the potable water dispenser, rather. One of his initial steps is to activate the equipment and start filling some bags as a reserve. So he's working through those steps. The HHP camera is one of the internal cameras inside of Integrity. HHP camera was one that was captured through the duration of ascent and recorded into the flight computers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I doubt it helps you at all, Stan, but that whole time that you all had, it seemed like you had a good forward link. We just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reed. Thank you for that report. Integrity Houston for saws. We saw the saw 3 brake go into error position. We're confident it engaged, but we saw more motion than we expected during the burn. We are cycling the brake on that saw.
Okay, Stan, we copy that. HHP cameras are off, PUP 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and PUP, thank you. Integrity Houston, starting thermal roll.
Houston Integrity on toilet, step 6.7.
Go ahead for step 6.7.
Yes, during 6.7, about 20 seconds after starting the water into the funnel, after a nominal startup, the toilet shut down on its own and I have a blinking amber fault light.
Copy, talking about it. And integrity for toilet, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, CCUs are available in Alpha 2.
We copy, and I'll be returning the funnel to the cradle.
Good config.
This is Mission Control Houston, a readback of some of the communications that occurred on Orion to Earth. We're now at 1 hour, 17 minutes of mission elapsed time. We got confirmation that the upper stage and Integrity began a thermal roll. They are on the illuminated side of the Earth right now at an altitude of just a little more than 1,000 statute miles. The thermal roll allows for even distribution of heating from the sun at that altitude. Distributes it a little more evenly ahead of the apogee rays burn. In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. Now at mission elapsed time of 1 hour, 18 minutes, we are coming up on the post-launch press conference at the Kennedy Space Center, where subject matter experts have gathered to and will address the launch that just occurred, and media will ask some questions. As part of our continuous coverage plan, where we are streaming this mission 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission, the briefings themselves will also be streamed on this platform. The time of the beginning of the press briefing is scheduled to be 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time today. So coming up in just about 6 minutes. While the post-launch press conference is
Integrity, thermal roll complete, and a question for Christina for toilet.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute, and the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude, and Christina's working hard.
Roger. And Integrity, we also have a story about a water tank valve problem during powered flight. We saw an anomalous indication on the water ISO valve between water tanks Bravo and Charlie. Based on the signature we saw with the tanks during the PWD checkout, we think that valve is closed. We are going to troubleshoot that going forward.
quick recap, the thermal roll is complete, distributing.
Dan, when you got Equus.N2H2O up, give me a call.
I'm looking at it.
Tab stop 17, we show that valve closed, if that helps you.
That is also what we see, and that's exactly the valve we're looking at. Related to that, question for Jeremy. For the PWD checkout, did you check out the primary first or the secondary first?
And Stan, Jeremy says primary first because he had trouble getting the secondary on, and I'm also ready to take your call.
Copy primary first. We appreciate that. Christina, for the toilet, can you please tell us what the status LED is doing? Or was doing when you saw the fault?
It had been on per normal, and there was good suction, and then it turned off when the fault started blinking.
That's valuable information. Thank you.
Teams on the ground continuing to troubleshoot the waste management systems aboard Integrity. Now we'll continue to follow the mission here as the 4 astronauts work on the steps to activate some of the systems and prepare for the apogee raise burn. About 3 minutes from now, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll start the press briefing. That press briefing will happen on our 24/7 live coverage. While that is happening, you can listen to the Orion to Earth loops and continue to cover the mission and views from the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion. And you can follow that at our clean live stream, also available at NASA's YouTube channel. This is Mission Control Houston, passing 1 hour and 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. The Integrity crew, about 800 statute miles over the Earth, currently passing over Australia. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed that pass over Australia, they were able to peek out the windows and see that view from an altitude that is higher than any of them are used to. Jeremy.
Integrity Houston for GNC, we are taking channel 1 to unfiltered and BFS. Also for the solar array indication we saw earlier, we think that when the brake originally set, it was like on a tooth, and that when the engine lit for PRM, it slipped one tooth. That brake is now showing nominally.
Okay, Tanya, we copy that, and I'm just curious. I feel like about a half an hour ago you took 1 to unfiltered and BFS. Is this nominal, or did something happen?
Victor, this is nominal.
Okay, thanks. Copy.
Now 7 p.m. Central Time at a mission elapsed time of 1 hour 25 minutes. An update for viewers. We are continuing to cover the Artemis II mission and see live views from the solar array wings. The press conference scheduled for 7 p.m. The current start time for that press conference is 7:05 p.m. Central Time, 8:05 p.m. Eastern Time. During the conference, we are expected to execute the apogee raise burn. We're a little more than 20 minutes from the time of ignition of that burn. We do know that the time of ignition has been updated from the pad. This is the predicted time of ignition and trajectory that was uploaded to the crew prior to liftoff. The current time of ignition is 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. The duration of the burn at the pad was 17 minutes 52 seconds. Ahead of the execution of the burn, any changes in that duration will be reported to the crew and uploaded to ensure that the apogee raise burn goes as expected and puts them on the predicted trajectory. That trajectory being 43,730 miles by 0 statute mile orbit. This high Earth orbit will take the crew of Integrity past the tracking and data relay satellites that are positioned about 23,000 miles away from the Earth. Again, they're currently on TDRS West. And they will transition to the Deep Space Network. The apogee raise burn time of ignition again at 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. That is expected and will occur during the post-launch press briefing. So as part of our 24/7 coverage, the briefing itself will overlap with that particular milestone. To follow along on our 24/7 coverage, we won't necessarily stop our coverage. The clean Orion to Earth loops will be available on our clean feed. That will show a view similar to what you're seeing now. This is a view from the solar array wings, and you'll also hear the communications between Capcom's Stan Love here and the crew aboard Integrity, and you can listen as they confirm the execution of the burn and any changes of the burn. When we come back from the press conference, expected about around 8:05 p.m. Central Time, 9:05 p.m. Eastern, we'll go ahead and recap any of the milestones that occurred while we transitioned to the press briefing to answer the questions that come from the press, and continue along on our 24/7 coverage.
Houston Integrity for CFC install. That is complete.
Copy CFC, thank you.
And Houston, just want to let you know, since we're running a touch behind timeline, we have not yet started suit doff for any of the forward crew members. We'll get to it in a bit.
Copy, thank you. Integrity Houston, updated ARB numbers when you're ready.
Stan, we are ready.
And sorry, false alarm. Still integrating on the ground. We'll be back with you shortly.
practice call. Talk to you in a second.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those still with us, the press briefing that was scheduled to begin at 7:05 will begin shortly. They're just getting set up, and just stay tuned until we are able to transition to beginning.
Activity on Jeremy's timeline is complete.
To the beginning of the press briefing.
Copy docking camera. Thank you.
Teams on the ground are analyzing the time of ignition and what's called T-GO, the duration of the burn. At the time ahead of liftoff, the duration of the burn was 17 minutes 52 seconds. There might be some changes. The flight dynamics officer and his support in the back rooms are analyzing to make sure that what they are about to report to the crew is rock solid.
Integrity Houston with new ARB numbers for real this time.
Okay, Stan, we're listening. Go ahead.
ARB TIG, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 07 seconds. TGO is 18 minutes, 06 seconds.
Okay, Stan, we copy and have entered 1 hour, 46 minutes, 7 seconds for TIG, and TGO 18 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you for that. With that, we also have an updated time for the handover from TDRS west to east. That is going to be over 6 minutes earlier than what's on your pad. You can expect that at MET 2 hours, 03 minutes, 04 seconds, 2:03:04.
2, 3, 4. For handover west to east. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. And integrity 2 minutes
Dan,
to
the
maneuver.
PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE. And integrity, we are ready for the Eclipse power down per your execute note.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Integrity, MCC pulls go for ARB pending attitude and saws.
Integrity. Houston, integrity, power down.
Go ahead.
All right, we see the roll, Stan. And for power down, we believe our steps are complete. If we could get just some situational awareness on the DU brightness, we feel like we have them 50% down, but let us know.
Checking. Integrity, we see DU3 right at center. We see DUs 1 and 2, a couple of clicks above center. We're checking power draw now.
Copy that, Stan. And obviously, when we go into eclipse, we can bring them down a bit further.
Roger. And Reed, when we get into eclipse, we would like those extra clicks on DUs 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got it. We did bring 1 and 2 down a touch, but we'll bring them down as far as we can when we get into eclipse.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate BECO target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Artemis II post-launch news conference. I'm Bethany Stevens, Senior Advisor and Press Secretary, and I will be your moderator today. I am joined by Administrator Jared Isaacman, Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, Acting Associate Administrator for the Exploration System Development Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze, and Director of Flight Operations, Norm Knight. Administrator Isaacman will give opening remarks, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you are dialing in to be with us here today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st, 2026, 6:35 p.m., NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon, the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We have certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will celebrate when this crew, we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room if we have any takers. We'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just...
It was during handover to Tedra's West. Sometimes that's squirrely ground configuration. You gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. You know, when you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Clear, right? This is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer?
Importantly, apogee rays burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Is that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. We're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment. But we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren? Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No. On track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from Ad Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again, yes. When MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success. A lot of tests ahead. And just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration. So no early off ramps there. I think we're, right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call it success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie.
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take that? Oh, I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns, it's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the ECLIS system checked out. We got to make sure we have our redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011, so 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, that one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal. And making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I could see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits, but we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
Available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking. Which
we'll take a look into that.
We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaacman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. it's a great way to mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging, and that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing, and we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective, and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch, is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in the, since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson-Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations, everyone, on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional, because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things, before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
And might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon, when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis II to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission, daring, that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis II in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
So, I mean, no matter, I guess, how you slice it, it's the opening act for sure. I think there are areas where we're clearly combining, Apollo 7, Apollo 8 into a single mission. Which we should be able to do. There has been, to your question earlier, there's been substantial progress, over the last half century. We have tools. We've certainly been there before, so I would expect us to be able to get some, mission efficiencies through. But I would say that what we learn from this, for sure, will inform how we think about Artemis 3. Now, there's certainly big picture objectives in that. We'd like to get the lander together. We'd like to test that out in Earth orbit before we go to the moon with it. But if there are things that we don't see, maybe it is comm-related issues, then we're going to try and fix those. And then we're going to want to validate that on the next mission as well. So, and that should be the idea, right, as we progress forward. I suspect when Artemis 3 comes around, we're going to learn a lot about the integrated operations that we'll want to validate and ensure is rolled into the subsequent missions. But yes, this should be a philosophy that we take across all of the grand efforts that we are pursuing right now, to not necessarily jump to the ultimate desired state, but to build up to it.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What is the plan? Oh, go ahead.
I do know that the teams have been looking at what the opportunities might look like. They've looked at the different launch dates, and so I know that they're really going to try to make that happen. I can't give you a confirmation on that yet, but stay tuned.
My understanding is they have been equipped with additional camera imagery capturing, equipment. So
we're going to do everything we can to try and make that happen. It'd be awesome.
We're going to go right back here.
Thank you. I'm from a Japanese news agency, Kyodo News. My question is to the administrator. The United States and China are competing over moon development. What significance does today's launch have for the U.S. and NASA? Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an incredibly important step. I mean, this is the first crewed mission into this environment in more than a half century on a rocket that has never flown human beings before, along with a spacecraft. So it's incredibly important because we're going to learn an awful lot from this to inform subsequent missions. So, yes, this is the beginning. I can tell you, having had an opportunity to speak with the Artemis II crew after the State of the Union address, we talked a lot about what we wound up sharing with the world at the Ignition event about adding additional missions, accelerating production, building out a moon base. I think it was very energizing for the crew because they knew that they were, this is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new test flight mission going in this environment is going to be challenging, and they knew it was building up to something bigger. And I think that it was very helpful for them in that regard. So, and certainly it was very helpful for me to hear their feedback as well. I would suspect a point or two wound up in the Ignition event from them. So.
We're going to go back here to the white shirt.
Thanks, Denise Chow with NBC News. I think for Lori or Norm, I'm curious what you anticipate could be some of the biggest challenges over the next few days, whether that's from a spacecraft or system standpoint or crew workload.
I'll jump in. Flight day 1 from a crew workload is pretty tough. Between now and TLI, we're working the crew really hard. In fact, when they go to sleep tonight, they're woken up in the middle of their sleep to do the perigee raise burn, and so their sleep's disrupted. They're hitting on all cylinders. They may not be feeling well. On top of that, so we know that flight day 1 and flight day 2 up to TLI is really good. We know it drops off then, and so going into this, we trained for that. We did simulations for this. We put the crew in exactly that state. Now, they weren't on orbit. They probably were feeling great. But we got a good gauge, hey, are we working them too hard? And the mission control team is great because they're watching the crew constantly. They're watching their performance. And we also have a crew that's very good at saying, hey, enough's enough. And so together, we will make certain that we're doing everything in the best interest of meeting the mission objectives. Making sure that we're not working the crew so hard that, they make mistakes or something of that nature. And again, we work as a collective team going forward. So this is our best opportunity, and they may add more stuff to the timeline before it's all done, and they may take some stuff out if we need to, but we adjust all the time on those things. So that's leading up to TLI, that's probably one of the bigger challenges, making sure we get those done.
I'm going to go right up here.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. For the administrator, you mentioned the 53-year hiatus, and in that time, now most of the world's population wasn't alive for Apollo, like I think you and me. And I wonder if you have a sense of, if even this early in the mission, that this has captured the imagination of those people that have never seen anyone go to the moon before on a world level, on a national level, and how important is it to NASA to capture that support from the public?
Yeah, I've said it many times. I absolutely, I think it's foundational for what we do here at NASA to inspire. It should be a component of every one of our missions. I've talked about, I think after Artemis II, you're going to have more kids that are going to dress up as astronauts for Halloween. We want to inspire and create interest in the next generation to grow up and contribute to this endeavor. Now, how have we done so far in captivating the world's interest in America's return to the moon? I don't know. You have to tell me. We've been rather busy the last couple hours. I would say, and I felt this way going into it, that when we got down to T0, a lot of people would be paying attention. I suspect when some of the imagery starts to maybe come back from the moon, that's gonna further bring people into this story, right? And then we bring them home safely, and we start preparing for, again, the next chapter in the story. So. Yeah, I think inspiration is extremely important. I think people, despite, some of the commentary up to now, how many people really know we're going around the moon? I'm willing to bet right now a lot of people do. And I think we'll only draw in their interest further as the mission proceeds.
I'm going to go right here.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. Commander Wiseman said during the crew news conference in September last year that when they get off the planet, they may only spend 3 or 4 days going around the Earth. What sequence of events would need to happen for that to occur? I was quite surprised to hear him be so specific about such a scenario. I know you all talk about it being a test flight. So what would need to happen for the mission to be curtailed in such a fashion?
I didn't cover the question.
So I think the question had, just confirm, it's kind of hard to hear, but the question is that the commander talked about one of the alternate missions where they maybe would stay in Earth orbit for 3 or 4 or 5 days,
yes,
that sort of thing.
What would need to happen
so
for
one
that?
One of the scenarios that would have led to that is if for some reason during the launch that the SLS did not quite deliver us to where we needed to be, or the upper stage didn't deliver us to the orbit that we needed to be in. That would have been one of the scenarios. I think that's probably the main scenario that would have ended up in that one of those kind of alternate missions. Yeah, but I don't think we're going to need to worry about that, hopefully. But the other thing is, if for some reason we're able to stay, but we're not able to do the TLI burn, we would stay in Earth orbit. So there's a couple of scenarios where that could happen.
We're right back here.
Hi there, Joey Vars with the Gabber for anybody. In the weeks leading up to the launch, we were talking about some of the distance records and altitude records and speed records that would be achieved that were contingent on the specific day and time of launch. I was wondering if we had a better concept of what those might be now that we are successfully off the ground. Thank you.
Norm has that data for you.
Well, based on the predicts right now, assuming all the burns go as planned and the timeline is executed as we think it's going to be, it'll be on flight day 6. At an MET of about, 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. And again, check that as we get closer because burn durations and things like that matter. But that's where we will exceed or beat the Apollo distance record, or at least that's where we believe that's going to happen. So that'll be an exciting day, and we'll stand by to see what transpires.
You're right here.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. And first of all, congratulations on today's successful launch. And my question is for administrator layer. And this mission also carried a Korean satellite on board. From your perspective, why does a crewed lunar mission like Artemis II matter not just for United States, but for the global community?
I think we say often that when we undertake these type of endeavors, we never go alone. We go with our international partners. We have a Canadian Space Agency astronaut that's on board this mission. We are carrying a lot of CubeSats from our Artemis Accords partners, and we are going to continue to do this going forward. JAXA is contributing a pressurized rover, a major contribution to our efforts of having an enduring presence on the lunar surface itself. The Italian Space Agency, just a few days ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding for a habitation module on the surface of the moon, a component of the moon base. And to be honest, it was also a key component to the ignition event from last week. Half of the Artemis Accord partners were present. We spent a good portion of the second day talking together, recognizing that some of our partners can make contributions like a pressurized rover or a habitation module, and many others are going to work with their academic institutions and universities for science instruments that could wind up on the Phase 1 component to the moon base itself, or interesting tech demonstrations. This is something that NASA is extremely proud of and will continue to do so as we as we continue to press forward under this program. So
we're going to do last question here. I'm going to go over to you in the back.
It's Paul Brinkman, Aerospace America. Can you just talk a little bit about the propellant loading this morning? Was it flawless? Were there any leaks detected? Was it a repeat of the wet dress rehearsal? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it went extremely well. What I heard this morning, and Amit may have an update from later, but some of the leaks that we'd seen of the hydrogen during the tanking for the hydrogen, we saw leaks below 1%, which was significantly lower. Again, the seals that we replaced seemed to perform extremely well. We did a pressure test kind of partway through, and the leak went up to about 1.4%. Still, well within the constraints, which 16% is the bound that we have. So I think it performed extremely well. We actually, I think, finished the tanking early, from what I understood. So I think it went extremely well. So again, the seals that we had replaced out at the pad after wet dress number 1, I think that was proved to be very successful.
And with that, thank you all for coming out and covering humanity's return to the moon. Stay tuned for updates on NASA's social channels, including our continuous coverage on YouTube and NASA Plus. Go Artemis.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks for coming back to us. We are here in the Artemis II flight control room, the White Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, following along with the mission and 4 Artemis II crew members who are making their way to the moon. For those that were joining on the press conference, we'll do a quick recap of some of the activities that happened over the course of the hour that happened during the press conference. We did have a successful thermal roll ahead of executing the apogee raise burn. The apogee raise burn occurred with an updated time of MET 1 hour 46 minutes and 7 seconds. The duration of the burn was 18 minutes and 6 seconds. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
Checking.
At this point, the crew is working through a number of steps to prepare for their first day in orbit, their first night. They have a number of activities coming up, including the proximity operations demonstration, where Integrity will separate from the second stage.
Integrity, those PCDs are located in Foxtrot 3 large. Integrity, good. String 1, helium clearing.
Integrity copies. And stand in the docking camera checkout, step 9. Would you like me to go ahead and configure for RPOD at this time?
Checking.
Continuing the recap, starting with the current discussion where Integrity is now beginning a thermal roll.
And integrity for docking cam, yes, please configure for RPOD.
Copy.
Mission Specialist Christina Cook is setting up the docking camera ahead of the proximity operations demo for later today. Right now, the crew is in the middle of executing a thermal roll. This procedure allows for more even distribution of heating on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as well as the Integrity spacecraft. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is also working through troubleshooting steps of the waste management system that's aboard the Integrity spacecraft. The toilet fan is reported to be jammed. Now the ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. In the meantime, they're getting their contingency, their backup waste management capabilities, specifically for urine. The fecal collection of the toilet, that specific capability can still be used with the waste management system aboard Orion. At this time, here in the Artemis II flight control room, we're beginning the first handover of the mission. The ascent teams, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, are handing over to the Orbit 1 shift. You can see Flight Director Jeff Radigan to the left of Freeling. Right now, he is the one conducting the handover with his team, getting a read on all of the activities they have upcoming for the rest of the day. Namely, the one in the near term is a proximity operations demonstration. We are also anticipating a crossover of the tracking and data relay satellites.
Integrity Houston for GNC. System is still performing nominally, but we are updating unfiltered and BFS with channel 1 again.
Integrity copies.
That call from Capcom Stan Love addressing the guidance, navigation, and control system navigation source, specifically channel 1. Now, as part of handover to Flight Director Jeff Radigan to begin the Orbit 1 shift on Flight Day 1, they're preparing for the proximity operations demonstration. Ahead of that, there's an expected handover from the tracking and data relay satellites to the Deep Space Network. The successful execution of the apogee raise burn puts the crew in the high Earth orbit, which will take Integrity and its crew far from Earth, with the apogee being upwards of more than 43,000 miles. With the geosynchronous TDRS satellite network in a geosynchronous positioning around 23,000 miles, the crew of Integrity will pass the near-Earth network. With that, expected a little less than 24 minutes from now will be a transition from the TDRS to the Deep Space Network. The data rates gathered from the Deep Space Network may allow us to hop on board and get some first preliminary views of the crew prior to them needing to prioritize the proximity operations demonstration. We'll take a pause here and listen for some Orion to Earth communications as the team goes through their handover procedures, so we can listen in on the next steps for the Orbit 1 team.
Integrity Houston, about halfway through the eclipse, we're seeing all of our power predicts right on. Thank you for the help with the power down.
Integrity copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick update on what you're seeing. This is this display is brought up onto the front screen by the control officer here in Mission Control Houston. It's called the Ascent PFD and is available at the first phases of flight. It includes toggled settings between tanking, the ascent phase on the core stage, and now the ICPS phase. As you can note from the display here, we're in a post-apogee raise burn coast. Right now the attitude for integrity is...
Integrity Houston, 1 minute to string 2 helium clearing. Also, your PCL Rev 1 HEO deorbit burn plan is on board. That's in slot 2. The name is HEO D/O Rev 1.
Copy helium clearing, and we see the burn plan. Thanks.
Outstanding. And integrity, 2 minutes to thermal roll.
Copy.
Integrity, good. String 2 helium clearing.
Integrity copies, and I've got some AGA readings for you, Stan, when you're ready.
Jeremy, also thermal roll is complete. Jeremy, go ahead with your AGA numbers.
Okay, Stan, everything is off scale low, and then CO2 is 3.7. O2 is 18.5. Temperature, temperature 70.3, and pressure is 14.65.
We copy all those numbers. Thank you. Integrity Houston for docking camera with an action on the DU.
Go.
For the docking cam, we see exposure set to 1 instead of 3. We think that'll be too dark. You can set that back to 3 on rpod.doccam, edge key L4.
Copy. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Ascent and Orbit 1 teams have completed their handover. Flight Director Judd Freeling sent some parting farewell words to the teams here, congratulating them on the milestone of getting the 4-member crew of Artemis II where they are now, at a mission elapsed time of 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Integrity, thermal roll complete.
Integrity copies.
The Integrity crew working through their procedures. You heard thermal roll complete to allow for even heating on the outside of the spacecraft. We'll do this periodically throughout the flight. Right now, the teams here have, like I said, have successfully handed over. You've been hearing the voice of Capcom Stan Love for the Ascent shift. He'll be handing over to Capcom Amy Dill and Capcom and NASA astronaut Raja Chari. You'll hear their voices for the Orbit 1 shift and the beginning of proximity operations demonstration. From here, Mission Control Houston, that will conclude the Ascent shift. We'll hand over here at the PAO console to your Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the proximity operations and some of the activities that lead to the end of the cruise day and the beginning of their sleep period. That's it for the Ascent team. This is Mission Control Houston. Stand by as we allow a few minutes to reconfigure the PAO console and provide 24/7 commentary.
Integrity Houston, com check on Peltor. Houston Integrity, com check on Peltor.
Hello, Christina. You're coming in louder. How me?
Amy, great to hear your voice. I have you the same. Good to hear that our Peltor is a little louder than the mic stub.
We copy. Integrity Houston, 5 minutes to DSN handover.
Integrity.
Integrity Houston, ICPS blowdown in progress. Integrity Houston, voice check on DSN.
Houston, Integrity has you loud and clear on DSN.
And we have you loud and clear as well, and while we were handing over, ICPS was in blowdown.
Copy all, and we have 2 GNC cautions on the board for right RHC. Let us know if you see them.
Copy, Christina. We're seeing the same. We think we might have a channel failure. We are taking a look. Integrity Houston for camera streaming.
Go ahead.
All right, we are ready to join you on board if you're ready for us.
Houston, we are ready for you to come on board.
Copy. We'll let you know when we join you.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft. The crew inside Orion is continuing to configure the cabin and prepare for the upcoming proximity operations demonstration, which we expect to start shortly. And as you can see, it's pretty dim in the cabin right now. The lights are dimmed as the vehicle is in an eclipse.
And Integrity Houston, we have joined you on board. It is a little bit dark from our view, so you are free to turn up the lights for a hello.
All right, Houston, I just want a quick comm check. Can you hear this transmission?
Loud and clear, Reed.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Wonderful, Reed. It's spectacular to see you all, and so far so good with the day.
April and Amy, thanks for welcoming the world on board Integrity, and we're looking forward to a good rendezvous and prox operations here in a few minutes.
And on that note, Reed, we have the proxops pad whenever you're ready to copy.
If you can give us about 2 minutes, we'll be ready to copy.
Standing by.
Welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited to be your Orbit 1 commentator. We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. These are our first views of the...
Integrity, we are ready for ProxOps pad.
Integrity, all times MET. ICPS maneuver to SEP attitude. 3 hours, 1:08 minutes, 3:04 seconds. ICPS SEP. 3 hours, 2:02 minutes, 2:04 seconds. ICPS thermal turn. 4 hours, 0:03 minutes, 3:04 seconds. Depart no later than 4 hours, 30 minutes, 37 seconds. USS-2 TIG, 4 hours, 50 minutes, 07 seconds. Mandatory burn. ICPS disposal burn, 5 hours, 00 minutes, 11 seconds. How copy?
Okay, Amy, we copy all, and we are hopping over to 13.1.100 ProxOps FTO, and confirm you hear this transmitter loud and clear.
Confirmed loud and clear.
Mission Control Houston just polled go for the ProxOps demo. And the crew aboard Orion is starting to get into the configuration for that demo. Another live view here in Artemis Mission Control. So with proximity operations coming up, first we will look for separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That is the stage that propelled us in the perigee raise maneuver and the apogee raise burn.
Amy, we have 20.8.101 post-BFS engage actions open on step 2.1, but we are taking no actions in that procedure. Moving on.
Copy, and I have a story on the right RHC when you're ready to hear it.
We'll call you in 2 minutes.
Standing by.
As we mentioned, the crew is...
Integrity, comm check from the Peltor headset connected to Seat 1 AIU.
Loud and clear, Victor. How me?
I have you the same, thank you.
This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. As we saw when we had video of the crew on board, Victor Glover has now moved to Seat 1. He launched in Seat 2. He has switched places with Reed Wiseman. He is going to be, Victor Glover will be commanding and piloting this portion of the mission. He'll be flying the vehicle, and he has let us know he is going to put the communication system on voice activation. So he's going to be speaking nearly continuously for the next approximately hour and a half so that the ground team can hear crew feedback on what it's like to fly Orion, how it's like the simulator here on Earth, and how it might be different. During the proximity operations demonstration, Glover will use the translational and rotational hand controllers to command Orion, first doing a translation control checkout and roll control checkout. He will get a read of Orion's roll, pitch, and yaw from this commanding. We'll hear calls about targets and degrees of width. There is no rangefinder available between Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, so this crew is using other data like how big the upper stage looks outside of the window or through a camera. So the degrees that you'll hear him call out are the width of the target on the screen that he is monitoring. That screen is going to be fed by the docking camera that was set up after launch. The target that he'll be reading initially is the entire ICPS itself. We'll be about 100 meters or 300 feet away from the ICPS. Those degrees are going to be reported as greater on the screen because it's a larger target.
Houston, can you just confirm that we have a gas introduction of some sort, nitrogen, I'm guessing?
Checking.
Again, we'll start with the ICPS itself being that target. As we get closer, the target switches.
Confirm O2 introduction in progress.
Integrity.
As we get closer to the ICPS conducting these maneuvers, the target that they will be reading back switches to the docking targets that are on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as if we were going to fly in and dock. Of course, this is a practice, essentially, for our future Artemis missions in which we will be docking to a lunar lander. Once the initial checkouts are complete, the crew will get a go to move in toward that forward target on the ICPS. They're going to brake at 75 meters, and again at 30 meters.
Okay, Reed, for the right RHC, it looks like it was a single event upset. We are now seeing all good channels. We did command a fitter reset from the ground. We do have a quick checkout that you could perform if you feel that you have time.
We are showing on right-hand controller, RHC pitch, channel 3, deselected.
And we expect that. For the checkout, you're going to confirm CSS is not selected and then do a full deflection positive pitch, then negative pitch.
Okay, so the right RHC is powered on, control stick steering is not selected, and you want a full negative pitch and a full positive pitch.
Affirm.
From C2, right RHC, here is a full negative pitch. It is now 0, and here comes a full positive.
Copy, we're following.
Right RHC is back to neutral, still show pitch channel 3 deselected.
Copy, that's a good checkout, and we'll do the reselection of the channel from the ground, and you are go for Orion 180 pitch ATP and Prox Ops FTO after set.
Outstanding. Picking up in step 1.3 at 13.100.
The crew just did a couple of tests with their hand controllers that they'll be using to command the spacecraft. Again, we expect to hear quite a lot of communication from them during this time period, so I'm going to front load you with a lot of information of what you can expect to hear. So initially, again, that target that they will be monitoring is the ICPS itself once we have undocked, and then as we move in closer, it becomes the docking target. The crew will fly all the way into 30 meters before, and they will break at 75 meters, braking again at 30 meters, and then arrive and hold at 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Victor Glover is going to conduct an attitude alignment and then move into the precision translation test and then the precision rotation test. They are exactly as they sound. These are small movements while closer to the ICPS, like we would need to make if we were docking. Of course, again, this is essentially a practice for our future Artemis missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander. Orion will then back away 20 meters from the ICPS for the ICPS to complete a thermal turn, setting it up for the next portion of the proximity operations, where the crew...
Less than 2 minutes for maneuver to SEP attitude.
Integrity copies.
Once that thermal turn is complete, the crew will approach the side docking target. Again, we're not docking today, but Glover will command Orion to hold at 15 meters from the ICPS. He'll then move into the precision translation test again, but this time with the side target, conducting multi-axis tests of Orion's yaw before maneuvering the spacecraft to its tail-to-sun configuration, which helps generate power through its solar arrays. Finally, the proximity operations demonstration will be complete, and Glover will initiate Orion's departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the upper stage separation burn and provides the separation we need between Orion and the ICPS. ICPS will then have its own deorbit burn over the Pacific Ocean following Orion's departure. Again, maneuvering to separation attitude coming up now in just about 40 seconds, and separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. We are now 3 hours and 18 minutes since liftoff. We expect to have views from the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II, and testing it out here helps us reduce the risk in using it for future missions. We'll be using this for proximity operations and our overnight demonstration tests as well. It remained stowed for ascent and was installed shortly thereafter. The plan is to keep it installed during the crew sleep period, but they will remove it during crew wake since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston integrity Vox check from seat 1 on the Peltor headset.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I have you the same. Calls requesting a response will be prefaced with Houston. All other comm, no response required. Houston, how do you copy that?
We copy. We're ready.
We are ready. Just some words on my configuration. I'm wearing my ox suit boots, and they're clipped in to the seat 1 foot pan to give me some stability. I've got the shoulder straps of the harness on tightened, holding me down to the seat pan, so I feel really stable for actuating the rotational and translational hand control.
Glover letting the teams here on the ground know that he doesn't expect a response from them.
We're currently ICPS, next phase 245. Our next action is in about 2 minutes. Starting timers. Thank you for bright. Did we confirm with them about the power down? The sun is coming up. Houston integrity for the power down. Are we okay to brighten the DUs or ProxOps demo?
Your go to configure DUs as bright as you like.
Integrity.
Expecting ICPS separation coming up in about a minute and a half.
Houston, ICPS maneuver complete. Good step attitude.
Integrity copies.
Reed shared just before launch. This is a crew activity. We will be hearing Victor's voice.
But also the sun's coming up, so that could be it. Okay, about a minute until we start timers.
Christina Cook is floating to Victor's left. She's in charge of the timing and procedural discipline.
Advisory.
Jeremy Hansen.
Roll this up now just to have it for the.
Hansen is floating to Reed's right, watching the ICPS, ready to call a back away if need be. Standing by for separation.
"30 seconds to timer start." And that timer starts at separation. Command sent. Stand by for separation. Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. Video. I have no stop stream option. It's grayed out. Dot cam selected. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo! That
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
5, 9, and
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. The SMRCS.
Caution, prompt, SMRCS manifold 3, Ox-P health.
Much quieter. Got a little rumble,
Checking.
like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
All right, still waiting on the 19 ends to burn out. Thrusters are still fine. We've got a little rumble. It's like driving on a rocky road. All right, burned out. Okay, I see about 2.6 degrees wide on ICPS. All right, zooming in. There's 3x. 2.7 degrees wide. Here goes 6x zoom. Looks to me like we might have even slight closure. I definitely don't think we're opening. Anybody else? Okay, 2.6.
Houston, hold confirmed at 2.6 degrees.
Copy.
Look at the exposure difference between 2 and 3. That's 3. It's quite washed out. When I go to 2, I can see the docking target. I'm going to leave it at 2 for now.
Step 6.
The degrees Glover is reporting.
Okay, here come 3 outpulses. 1, 2, 3. And it again is that rumble, a little bit of a rumble from the service module. I hear them still burning. It looks like they just burned out. And I'm seeing opening. We definitely have opening. 1, 2, 3, 4 impulses. And so far, what I can tell you about this is it's much tighter than the sim. There's not a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of rotational movement as these are burning out. ICPS is nice and stable in the camera field of view. It is 2.5 degrees wide, and we should have a slight closing rate. It is a half a degree below the center of the docking cam. It is 2.5 degrees wide. In Authority DAP, it's quite nice and very responsive. And the camera is also better than what we were flying in the sim. I'm getting very slight movements, so it's making it easier to assess opening and closing. This camera is much better than the sim. We will be less than 4 degrees. I'm going to start left since it's just to the left. So here comes 2 left. 1, 2, left. Good motion. Looking for 1 full degree, so I'll start at the center. Hack. ICPS is centered, waiting for 1 degree to the right. Now I'm going to give it 1 down, if that's okay. All right, we still got good motion. I'm going to hit 1 down for correcting ICPS towards the center. All right, and then when I get 1 degree of motion, copy. There's 1 degree hack. 1, 2, 3, 4 rights. 2 lefts to center, copy. Again, very responsive. Authority DAP is quite responsive. It's very intuitive. I got about 1/4 of a degree, maybe even less than that, of overshoot by starting at 1 degree of movement. And I've got good motion, half a degree back toward the center line, and I will capture with 2 lefts. I'm going to lead that by about 1/4 of a degree. Here comes the first 1, 2, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to let those down slowly correct themselves. So, all right, again, that little rumble, it's like a very slight rumble, like just driving over a little slightly rocky road, and the 2 lefts are in. We've stopped on the center line laterally and vertically, waiting for it to correct back to the center. Here comes 2 downs. 1, 2. Start counting at the center. Copy 2.5 degrees wide on ICPS.
And Houston, Ike keeps talking about the rumble, and I think from the previous spacecraft that we have flown, Soyuz and the SpaceX Dragon, we're used to a more distinct popping sound out of the thrusters, and this is just more of a gravelly road, kind of very calm. There's not a lot of dynamics on board. Very smooth vehicle.
1 degree of motion. Here comes 1.
Copy
2,
observation.
3, 4 up. Okay, there's 1/4 of a degree overshoot, maybe 1/3 of a degree, and we've got motion is stopped. Waiting for motion. Yep, this one is taking a little longer. Motion is tracking back the other direction now. We'll go 2 downs to center. We also had an up correction going in, so I think I didn't take that out before we started this. That may have contributed to it overshooting a little bit more than the previous. Yeah, we started with a little bit of Z motion due to that correction earlier on. All right, half a degree to go, and then we'll go 2 downs to stop it in the center. Still right at 2.5 degrees wide. We'll probably only need 1 down to stop this. Okay, gonna put that in now. There's 1 down, and we are centered.
Houston, integrity translation checkout complete. Moving to step 7.
2.5.
Copy.
Equal. back to that step. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
And Houston, with the stable ICPS diameter, we do have the opportunity to do one in pulse, but we are going to hang here for now.
Copy, concur.
Okay, I don't need to ref? Okay. All right, control stick steering. Engaged. Hold inertial. Diaphragm is ref. One degree on the rate scale set. Just trying to get that docking target background. So I'm going down exposure 1 now. I can see the docking target clear. Ready? Okay, 3 pulses to the right coming in. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. 2 for 17. 5 degrees for 17. No cross coupling, no rate in other axes. 10 degrees for 17. Good motion. See ICPS center docking target 12 for 17.
The degrees you hear Glover reporting are the amount the ICPS is taking up on the docking camera, which you see in the left side of your screen.
All right, roll rate is at 0. Ready? Aligned. Giving it 1 down, 1 left.
Houston, roll alignment complete.
Little gravel road.
Copy.
And we got another momentary enabled caution prop SM RCS manifold 6 aux P.
No impacts to Prox Ops demo. Good to continue.
Integrity.
Point 2. Set. Okay, let me center ICPS and get stable. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go right. Okay, roll right and hold. All right, roll right. It's coming in. Roll, good motion, no cross coupling. It's only roll rate. I see ICPS. 2 for 5. 3. It is slow, easy to anticipate, and stopping at 5. Was able to stop right at 5. Houston integrity, oh, sorry. Okay, going left. Good motion, it's all roll. No rates in pitch or yaw. 2. All right, roll rate released at 0. Back to the center. Roll is slow but nice and predictable, easy to anticipate and stop with precision.
Houston, roll checkout is complete.
Copy.
You're 2.6 degrees wide. Ready. Pulling edge key. Pitch is in pulse. It's just greater than half a degree low. 3x. Pitching up, 1 pulse. For 1 degree. Pitch up, nice and snappy. And there's 1. Anticipated, stopped it right on that 1.5 degree line. Okay, and returning it to the pitch down. Stop just greater than half a degree low. Stop. Very nice. That pitch was very tight, very responsive. I was able to stop it right where I started it. The pitch going back to discrete. A 0.7 degrees low. Pitch up and hold. All right, pitch up. Stopping it. Again, very responsive, also in discrete. Pitch down and hold. Back to initial vertical position. Stop. Captured. Very nice. Ready for yaw to pulse. Going right, one pulse. A good motion. There's all right, and yaw left, one pulse, and stopped it right at 1 degree. Very responsive in yaw as well. Left one pulse, good motion, no cross coupling, and 1 degree. Stopped, overshot about 1/8 of a degree. Back to original position. Yaw going back to discrete. Yawing right and hold. 1 degree. Good motion, no cross coupling, half a degree. There's 1 degree stopped and overshot about 1/8 of a degree, but nice capture. Yeah, I'm getting a little of a bounce here. I think that, not sure, it's most likely from us, the camera, or this vehicle wobbling in yaw. So ICPS is moving, it's wobbling left and right slightly in the camera view. It did stop at the 1 degree of motion quite precisely, but we got this bobble just now, going back to initial position by yawing left and holding. While it's yawing, it is solid. There's no bobble. Stop. Released. See if that bobble comes back. There is a slight bobble, maybe dead banding or just the camera or the vehicle fluctuating. Are you guys seeing that, Houston? Are you seeing the bobble in the docking cam video?
Victor, we are not, but it might be because it's a low rate for us.
Okay, copy. Had a little bit of a lateral oscillation there.
Houston, authority, DAP checkout complete, ready for step 12.
Copy, go to continue, and also, once you get there, you are go for forward target approach to 10 meters.
Integrity.
Copy. No. The DAP is going to course. It is showing course. 16 in, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, 15, 16 ins.
Houston, approach was initiated from approximately 2.7 degrees.
All right, I'm going to give it 1
Copy,
down.
2.7.
All right, we're coming up on 3 degrees wide. Stand by for 3 degrees. Hack 3 degrees wide. Gave it 1 down. It doesn't seem to be tracking down, though. I'm going to give it 1 more down in course. There we go. Responding to that one, going to give it 1 left in course as well. Good corrections. Good, are you okay?
This view live inside Orion.
3 videos, field of view, do you need any lighting adjustments in the cabin?
Cab camera looks good to us. Thanks.
Integrity.
hack will be at 0.5 degrees wide. Stand by. Hack 3.5 degrees wide at 1823.
The crew received the go to move in towards 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Yeah, sure.
Again, pilot Victor Glover flying the Orion spacecraft right now.
Hack will be at 4 minutes. I'm sorry, 4 degrees wide.
This is all to teach us about how Orion flies manually in space and prepares us for future missions when we'll need to dock with a lunar lander.
Stand by for 4 degrees wide. Hack. ICPS is 4 degrees wide at 19. Course, and here comes 10 outs. 2, 5, 10 outs. ICPS is still stable. That little wobble, lateral, a little yaw induced. Again, can't tell if that's the camera or the vehicle, but overall it's pretty stable. Very, very minor oscillation.
Houston, 75-meter braking is complete. Going into dock cam exposure check.
Copy.
Copy. You got it. One pick that fine. You're fine, and one right. Okay, stand by for 4.5 hack, 1950. All right, coming up on 5 degrees wide. And back. 5 degrees wide, 2020. Okay, next action is when the center docking target is 1 degree wide. It is about half a degree wide right now. Copy. Thank you. 6, hack. 24, 6 degrees wide. Fine, I'm going to go 1 up. Right. Copy, going course and 1 out. Your course, 1 out. Back to fine. 1 up. Stand by for 6.5 degrees wide. Excuse me. I may have skipped only 5.5. Hack, that's 5.5 degrees wide. That may have been the reason we thought I skipped 1 on you. I skipped 5. 1 up, 1 right. Okay. All right, course. We did a mistaken slowdown, so going back course and 1 in. Not as far ahead as we thought we were. Okay. All right, coming up on 6.5. Hack. 6.5 degrees wide. Fine. You're fine. Going up. Up. 2 ups. And 6. Good grief. That was 6 degrees wide, the last hack I gave you. I think I skipped through 6.5. I'll give you 7. All right, stand by for 7 degrees wide. ICPS is 7 degrees wide. Hack, 2245. All right, and ICPS, the center docking target is about 0.7 degrees wide. Next hack is 7.5, correct? All right, 7.5, hack. All right. Right about 0.75 degrees wide on the center docking target. left and fine. 8 degrees, hack, 2322. All right, I'm going to transition to center docking target, 0.8 degrees wide. The next action will be course and 6 outs when it's 1 degree wide. There's something floating to the right of ICPS. Did you see that float off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 6 outs.
Houston, 30-meter braking complete.
Copy.
This view from Orion's docking camera looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They have completed their 30-meter braking and are flying in towards 10 meters away.
Copy, looking for 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree. All right. It's about 1.2, 1.1.
This view from the docking camera is a zoomed-in view at this time. Again, we are coming in, we were at 30 meters, moving in toward 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And again, we are seeing a docking target, but this is practice.
5 degrees wide hack.
We are not docking to anything today. This is a test of how Orion flies when completed manually by the pilot.
That is definitely worth it. All right, next hack will be at 1.5 degrees wide on the center docking target. Nice and smooth. It is actually holding quite close to the center, so I haven't had to make many corrections. Nice and stable so far. We are at manual exposure 1, which is interesting. I don't know what the sun angle is right now, but that seems to be the best view. Yeah, and you see the shadow of the center cross. It's a little low. Right there. Maybe these seat belts weren't a good idea because now I can't see it. All right, next one will be 1.5. Stand by. Hack 1.5 degrees wide at 2650. And then at 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree, it'll be course 4 outs. And I'm jealous I can't float up to the window and see it out in front of us. Coming up on a 1.75 degrees wide.
This view inside Orion as the crew is using their iPhones to take pictures out of the window of the
1.75 degrees wide at 2740.
They're able to see the interim cryogenic propulsion stage outside the windows.
It'll be 10-meter arrival next, so once we get to 2.25 degrees wide, we're in the window to start braking. Course and 4 outs. Coming up on 2 degrees wide. Two degrees wide. back 2820. Center docking target is 2 degrees wide.
Standing by for Orion to arrive 10 meters away from the ICPS.
Copy. I'm going to go ahead and go to course now. And I see we're at about 2.25 degrees wide. I think we're in the window to start braking. I'll start the outs. 1, 2, 3, 4 outs. That did not induce a lot of rotation, so not a lot of cross-controlling there and waiting for closure to stabilize. I'm showing us at about 2.25. Fine, just to center us up. We're in fine, going right.
Houston, 10-meter arrival confirmed.
Copy, Reed. You are go to execute forward target handling qualities test.
Picking up at step 13.
We're 2.3 degrees wide. We're in the window.
The crew is now moving into some precision translation.
Copy. We are within 2 degrees, definitely. I could do 1 or 2 things, but the fly out. Okay, yep, I'm going to center it up, so I'm going to go down and translate down. Just a little bit. I mean, we're talking about a fraction of a degree. Going to 6x, and I'm waiting for that cross to get centered, and then I will pitch up.
Again, Glover is able to...
Enough, so I'm going to, right there, stop it. Now I'm going to pitch up, center it.
Glover is using the docking camera on Orion, looking at the ICPS that you see in the left of your screen.
That was very easy to do, and I show us as a flyout complete. Copy.
Houston, angular alignment complete, ready to begin fine handling qualities test.
Copy.
Copy. Affirm. We're in fine. 3x zoom coming.
This is a zoom view from the docking camera on Orion.
Fine.
We are about 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Y-axis ready. I'll start in the center, and we're out and fine. Okay. Copy, a little opening. Back to center laterally. Okay. Yep, 2.75. Yeah, I see opening. Okay. So we're centered. 1, 2, 3, left pulses. Good motion. There's a half a degree, good motion, a little bit up, down, or up in, on ICPS. And there comes 1, 2, 3 to null, about a 1/10 of a degree overshoot. We're looking pretty stable right now. We did have some upward motion on ICPS. I'm going to correct that out as well. I'll give 1 more out and fine. Okay, and 3 right. Here comes 3 right. 1, 2, 3 right. Bringing it back to center. Good motion. Picking up a little bit of upward motion. 2.7 stable on the range. Copy. And going to capture it with left. 1, 2, 3. Near center. Do you feel that? Okay, a little rumble. Felt something here just a second ago. Going 2.6 on the range. All right, and we're going to go 3 pulses up. I'll start measuring from the center. 1, 2, 3, up. There's center, and we'll null 1 degree low. Overall, the control is very responsive. Not sure if it's the dead banding half a degree good motion, but I am doing a little bit more lateral correcting to keep it centered. And there's 1, 2 to catch it. About a tenth of a degree overshoot. We got some lateral motion build up in there. Go left to correct that. All right, 3 downs to bring it back to center. 1, 2. Range is good. We had to do some opening half a degree. Good motion. Starting to take out the 1, 2, 3 downs, and we are centered. And so like that, it does seem to move a little bit more, but it's very responsive in the corrections, and so I was able to stop it right on the center. Holding at 2.6, 6x zoom going in. Ready. All right, half inner circle for 60 seconds. Good range. Happy. Minute. Copy. 15 seconds until center on center. All right, going to on and on. A little higher gain there. Definitely requiring some control, some more frequent control inputs. Stable there now, trying to minimize inputs and see if I can hold that stable. Copy. Okay, time's good.
Houston, translation test complete. Would you like us to go to step 16 or 18?
Perform step 16.
All right, big dab is fine. We're holding at 2.5. Centered. It's down and hold. For 1 degree, good motion, no cross coupling, half a degree. And waiting for 1 full degree of motion. Stop. Wow, stop right on the line. No cross coupling, good motion. There's half a degree. Going back to the center. That's very responsive. Yawing left. Half a degree. And stopping it right on the vertical grid line. We had a little bit of a translation. Going back, yawing right. Good motion. Cross coupling, half a degree. Back to the center line, stop. Very, very nice control in the rotations. Go left to confirm motion. Good motion. And copy that, Dana. Thank you. Going back to centered. Dana said looking out the window, she was able to perceive the motion of all of the alignment tests that we just did.
Houston, we're in step 18, ready for back away.
Concur.
That is course, showing course. 6 outs, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 6.
You're hearing the voice of pilot Victor Glover. He is backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, having completed this portion of the proximity operations demonstration. Once the interim cryogenic propulsion stage completes its thermal turn, they will begin using the target on this side of the ICPS.
5 or 6. All right, picking it back up at 4. Do the cross. 2 is pretty better picture.
Glover is also able to control the brightness of the screen and of the docking camera that you see. Again, we are not docking today. This is a test of how Orion flies when done so manually and helps us prepare for future Artemis missions. We did see the crew move in all the way to 10 meters from the ICPS. They are now backing away as was planned. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will make a turn, and then the crew will fly in again and conduct some similar tests with a side docking target.
That's about 7.
We're just over 4 hours since launch today, a very busy day for the crew.
All right, coming up on 1.5, going course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in. 1.5.
Back away complete.
Copy.
Confirmation the crew has completed backing away from the ICPS.
We're holding right at 1.5.
Expecting that thermal turn to happen in about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, I'm zoom 1x to watch the thermal turn.
Glover is also able to choose the zoom on the docking target. This view on the left will allow us to also see the thermal turn.
Copy. And I'm going to be course.
Standing by for interim cryogenic propulsion stage to do a thermal turn.
8 pulses down. But I see motion. I see pitch on ICPS.
ICPS thermal turn, start.
All right, here comes down.
On the display and out the window.
Course, 1, 2, 3. 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Happy?
Again, this view coming from the docking camera on Orion, looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that docking target down near the bottom of your screen.
ICPS thermal turn complete.
Copy that, Amy. We'll start working our way down.
Reminder, we are not docking today. This is a test of how it feels for pilot Victor Glover to manually fly the spacecraft. He's using the zoom feature on the docking camera to get exactly the view he wants as he prepares to move in and around the ICPS.
And docking target is about 1.75 degrees.
And Houston, we're holding at step 20, waiting for your go.
Stand by.
We're almost to 2 degrees wide.
And I just don't want to lose this in the data, Amy. The separation was way back when we separated from ICPS. It was very aggressive.
Integrity, you are go for approach to side target to 15 meters and to execute handling quality tests.
Our course.
We are picking it up in step 20. I'll copy.
We copy.
Oh, it's almost 2 degrees wide. Their course, almost to 2 degrees wide, and here comes 4 outs. 1, 2, 4. All right, 2 plus or minus a quarter. We are.
Houston, 15-meter hold is confirmed.
Copy.
Orion is now 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
A couple outs.
They will not move in any closer. They're going to continue piloting the spacecraft.
3 left coming in now. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. Lateral, we might have a tad bit of closure and coming right to 2. All right. Okay, about a quarter of a degree, less than a quarter of a degree up to 3 rights, 2.1 degrees wide. Good motion. Half a degree. All right, here come the lefts to stop it. 1, 2, 3. 3 downs. 2, 3. Start measuring from the center. There's center. Good motion.
And Houston, with this sun angle, the white paint on these ICPS is so illuminated.
Half a degree.
It's very hard to look at with the naked eye.
1.
Houston copies.
2, 3. And we picked up a little bit of motion to the left on ICPS. Okay, stopping that and correcting it back up. 1, 2, 3 to bring it back to center. Also correcting left. Good motion.
"46 minutes since the start of the proximity operations demonstration.
1, 2. All right. 2.1 degrees wide.
The degrees you hear pilot Victor Glover reporting are the amount of space that the docking target is taking up in his view that you're seeing here on the docking camera.
Copy. 6X, does it say? Okay, I'm in 6X, ready.
And Houston, can you confirm 6X zoom is good for 21.3?
Checking.
Good range. Good time.
6X zoom is good.
Starting the lateral alignment test.
All right, good range. Just inside 2, just inside 15 meters. Low gain inputs, not doing a whole lot of commanding. It's holding quite steady. When I'm not doing anything, it's holding nice and steady. The camera and the vehicle are holding steady. It's almost at the center. I will get set up for center on center. cross over docking hatch cross. All right, we're starting precision. A higher gain, higher frequency of inputs. It's very responsive. I just have to make inputs because it does seem to pick up lateral motion. Commanding. I'm able to hold the magenta cross within the width of the black cross on the side without, I was talking, it went out, but overall able to keep it centered, less moderate or less effort. Okay, complete.
Houston, translation to test complete.
Very precise control. That you
Copy, and you are go for the multi-axis test, and Reed, you are coming in much lower volume than Victor.
Okay, I will speak up in the cabin mic.
That's better, thanks.
Again, pilot Victor Glover on the left side of your screen is manually piloting the spacecraft, executing the 6 degrees of freedom, translating forward, backward, left, right, up, and down, and rotating the pitch, yaw, and roll of Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Course selected. Left RHC, right on THC. Ready? All right, and I'll get the yaw out to 2 degrees. Okay, it's there. Okay, range, it's just side of 2.
Integrity Houston, no action on the caution warning messages.
Give it some ends.
We copy that, Amy.
All right, lateral motion is held. Okay, 355 for 355. All right, nice and stable, focusing on range. Out, got a little opening, some ends to correct. Got some dynamics there at the beginning, going yaw, then translation, yaw, and translation, but caught up, was able to correct it out without many problems, moderate or less workload. Now it's very stable, just focusing on range. 50 for 345, and at 345 we go left. $50 for 345. Nice and stable. Range is good. 48 for 3.5, nice and stable, so we're in a good position to go course.
The crew is on the timeline and about 2 minutes away from their multi-degree of freedom yaw test.
7 for 3.5. 6. Yeah, that rate has gone down quite a bit. 5, there's picked up course. Yeah, the yaw rate had dropped off a bit. I put it back in. Okay, at 3-4, go discrete. $342. Right, coming up on 3. Right, left to stabilize. Alright, we are just outside. Range has opened a bit. Actually, we're looking nice right at 2. Okay, ready. Course. Stand by. It's nice and stable. Take it out of course and just go fine to try to know a little bit. Oscillating around centered. Okay, I'm ready. Pick that. All right, got a good yaw rate. I'll watch the yaw rate closer this time. Fine. And, okay. Too many. I did that in before to fine. Back to, all right, going out. So course out. All right, there we go. I see opening. Everybody concur? All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to fine. All right, that yaw rate is slightly dropping off. I'm 348. One more out. I'll be 355 going to 350 for 35. $54. All right, there's pick course. 2.1. Again, a little dynamic at the beginning, but to stabilize all the motion and correct it. Going up on 0. Oh yeah, you can see some of the coating on the fabric on the behind the docking target moving as we. All right. We're stabilized. About 1.75.
Houston, yaw multi-axis test complete.
Copy.
I do. Okay, I think we've stopped the opening.
All right, Houston, we're in instruction 167. TTIG is not yet quite within 29. Waiting your instructions.
Reed, ready for you to go to instruction 169. You are go for the multi-axis maneuver biased tail to sun.
Coming up on 1 hour since separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, again almost an hour ago, and now 4 hours and 20 minutes since liftoff. We are getting closer to the tail end of the ProxOps demonstration. Again, during this demonstration, Victor Glover, the pilot aboard Orion, was manually piloting the Orion spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that ICPS on the left side of your screen. And that ICPS visible through the docking camera.
1.75. 356 for 353. Copy. 355.
Of course, we're not docking to anything on the Artemis II mission, but this test helps us understand how Orion flies manually and helps us prepare for future missions when we'll need to dock to a lunar lander. The commands Glover has been sending to...
I did have to throw another yaw in there to keep it at 0.2, yeah. Overall, guys, this flies very nicely. Copy. 347 for pulse.
What Glover is using to command the spacecraft, the translational and rotational hand controllers.
Very precise. 3x set. It's the 358. Pitch down, going in.
Orion is using the 24 reaction control system thrusters on the European service module.
Set. All right, going back to center. So course, then getting the docking count, target back to center. Focus on being stable. Yeah, the thruster firings are a lot less aggressive than I thought it would sound or feel, like driving on a gravelly road. The response is quite immediate. Not all the X's are even. Roll is very, very slow, but pitch and yaw are very snappy and responsive. And when you have the zoom set right, you can see very small motions, and so translations are all quite tight and very nicely balanced.
Houston, are you ready for the ATP for depart tail sun?
Affirm.
Auto inertial. Just going for stable. And we're stable.
Step 25.
Currently, Orion is about 15 meters away from the inner cryogenic propulsion stage. At the conclusion of the proximity operations demonstration,
minus 26.
For the DAP 18 authority DAP.
And Reed, please repeat.
Holding on instruction 185, just want to make sure you are ready for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Go for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Copy, Houston, that's in word.
Capcom Amy Dill calling to the crew. They are go for departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
3 outs. Houston, integrity departure initiated.
Copy.
Orion is now backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The proximity operations demonstration is complete. Coming up next, we will have the upper stage separation burn, providing distance between Orion and the ICPS.
Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Copy, going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
And Houston, I am bringing the exposure control down to 1 so that we get some video. Let us know if you want that higher for your bearing test.
Setting of 1 is good for us.
This is a live view from the Vehicle Ascent and Launch Operations Room. This is Valor, the ULA launch team support room. They are responsible for observing any program issues that may require their experience to correctly detect and assess. They've been monitoring the health of the ICPS prior to launch.
Houston, no action on the cautions.
They've been monitoring ICPS since before launch, through launch, and obviously during the proximity operations until the ICPS end of mission. Back inside Orion, we are expecting their upper stage separation burn again. That will take them away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage very shortly. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will then conduct its own disposal burn and will burn up upon re-entry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. This view of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Copy.
Four hours, 27 minutes since Orion launched.
ICPS is stable in the dock cam field of view. We are going to stay in authority DAP, and we are going to discontinue all manual THC inputs.
Copy, Reed. Please take dock cam exposure to 0, wait 20 seconds, and then take back to 1.
Mike has that in work.
Thanks.
As you heard Capcom Amy Dill ask the crew, they are able to control the exposure that we see from the docking camera down on the bottom right side of your screen as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage gets farther and farther away. That's actually Orion backing away from the ICPS, having recently completed the proximity operations demonstration, during which pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion. On the left side of your screen, you can see Glover in the left. He's currently in seat 1, having conducted those prox ops. And on the right is NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reed Wiseman.
And Houston, here comes the ATP for RPod 2 coast.
We're ready.
Houston, we are going to 12.2.2515 USS-2 burn execution.
We're with you.
Four hours and 30 minutes since liftoff today of Orion, also referred to as Integrity, atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew continues to back away from the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage that was used for the perigee raise maneuver, and the apogee raise burn that put them in the high Earth orbit where they're at now. Coming up shortly is the upper stage separation burn. Upper stage separation provides what we need to distance Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage even further. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn.
Houston, for awareness, 2 minutes until ICPS maneuvers.
Integrity copies. Houston, we're checking with you in step 4 burn config ATP.
Go to continue, ready for ATP.
Houston, ATP burn config is go.
Copy.
This view live in Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston as the Orbit 1 team continues monitoring the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission. We've just completed the proximity operations demo, during which pilot Victor Glover manually flew the Orion spacecraft, the first time anyone has done so. And we're preparing for the upper stage separation burn to separate Orion from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage even further. Major burns after this point are using the OMS, the Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine, on the European Service Module. There are also some 24 reaction control system thrusters on the European Service Module.
Integrity ICPS maneuver in work.
Integrity copies.
The interim cryogenic propulsion stage making an additional maneuver ahead of the USS-2 burn. That USS-2 burn coming from Orion. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn and will burn up upon re-entry over the Pacific Ocean. Again, live here in Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, to be exact. Just down the hall from the International Space Station Mission Control Room, also flying with humans aboard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have completed the proximity operations demonstration aboard Orion, and we are now looking ahead to the upper stage separation burn. This provides distance from between Orion and the ICPS. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn at about 5 hours MET. We are now 4 hours and 37 minutes MET, or time since launch. It's been a long day for the crew aboard Orion, and they still have a few tasks to complete before they can go to bed tonight. Of course, we'll have the upper stage separation burn that they will need to monitor. They'll continue doffing and stowing suits.
Houston's here.
Can you confirm what status you want us for suit drying?
Checking. And Integrity, can you confirm that you did the glove swap activity?
Negative, we did not do the glove swap activity.
All right, when able, you can do the glove swap activity, and then we'll need a 15-minute timer, and then we'll be ready to terminate suit drying.
Integrity.
Solar arrays are now in motion ahead of the USS 2 burn, the upper stage separation 2 burn. And with proximity operations complete, we will look forward to hearing from pilot Victor Glover how it felt to fly Orion. But just before his launch, we got to ask him how it felt and how he was looking forward to it.
As a test pilot, the opportunity to fly a spaceship is just a dream. It's unreal. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand, and we fly Orion a lot in the simulator to train, but also to build an experience base for how the teams on the ground think Orion's going to work. And then when we fly Orion in space, we're actually going to compare the two to help them make better models. You know, my inner test pilot is like, of course, very excited about that. But really, the point of this is to make sure that Orion is a safe spacecraft so that we can go and do more complicated missions without having to think about, do we need to have a test pilot on every mission to fly this spacecraft? So far, I really like the way Orion flies, but it's only been in the simulator. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity.
Again, those words from pilot Victor Glover before his flight aboard Orion, and reflecting on how it's been to fly Orion in the simulator for those proximity operations demonstrations. Now he has gotten to do the real thing today, with ProxOps having just completed about 10 minutes ago. This view live inside Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston as the crew continues to move away from the ICPS ahead of that upper stage separation burn. All 4 solar arrays are now in position ahead of the upper stage separation burn.
Integrity Houston, we are checking on those cautions.
integrity.
Orion is now maneuvering into the proper attitude ahead of that upper stage separation burn. Orion continuing to maneuver into its proper attitude ahead of the upper stage separation burn. After this burn, the crew has a little more work to do before they can go to sleep. It's been a long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours before launch. The crew aboard Orion will continue stowing their suits and configuring the cabin as they need it for the duration of the flight.
At Integrity Houston, those caution warning messages for prop were seen on manifolds being used for maneuver to burn attitude. Still go for USS-2.
Integrity copy. Still go for USS-2. Thanks for the updates. And the crescent Earth from almost 20,000 miles looks amazing.
Thanks for that report.
Upper stage separation burn for Orion coming up in about 4 minutes. We're now 4 hours and 46 minutes since liftoff. This view coming live from the spacecraft, looking at one of the solar arrays. Those solar arrays are now swept forward, and that protects them from any loads imparted when we conduct this upper stage separation burn. 2 minutes until the upper stage separation burn. This will be the last burn of the evening. The crew will continue stowing their suits. They'll configure the cabin. They will also have their private medical conference. These are scheduled every single day to allow the crew to report how they're feeling down to team members here on Earth. Then they'll get into their pre-sleep and their sleep for the evening. They will only get a few hours of sleep to start. They're going to wake up essentially in the middle of this nap for the perigee raise burn. That burn will set us up for translunar injection tomorrow. A translunar injection burn is what will commit us to flying by the moon and also serves as our deorbit burn. Less than a minute now until the upper stage separation burn.
Integrity Houston, no action on the OMS caution.
Integrity copies.
And we have confirmation of the upper stage segment burn start and complete. Very short burn.
And Integrity Houston, no action on the RCS prop cautions. Let's taking a look.
Okay, copy. And we show about 10 seconds to go on a trim burn, and that is looking good. Attitude is stable.
Copy. Integrity Houston, good USS-2 burn.
Integrity copies, good USS-2.
Confirmation of a successful USS-2 burn, upper stage separation. This view live from Orion. You can see on the right the solar array. You also heard some calls from Capcom Amy Dill to the crew about some cautions that they will see aboard the spacecraft that they're looking into on the reaction control system thrusters, and no action is needed from the crew at this time.
Houston Integrity and procedure 12.2.2515 USS-2 burn execution. Confirm you will complete remaining post-burn reconfig, and we will exit the procedure.
We concur. We'll take it from here.
Copy, thank you.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Houston Integrity, I'm going to request to suppress the CMS 300.
Copy and checking. And Reed, we will suppress from the ground the CMS 300 caution.
Houston Integrity, very low priority. Let me know when you have 2 minutes for boom mic troubleshooting.
We have the time.
Okay, Amy, as we're learning how to use this mic, I'm talking in a conversational level with the mic about a half a centimeter from my mouth. How do you hear me right now?
Tom, let's tell them it's definitely better, 3 or 4 by 5.
It's a bit better. It's about 3 or 4 by 5.
Okay, Amy, and now I am talking to you with the tip of the boom mic pressed against my upper lip, so I have lip contact on the mic. How's this now?
5 by 5.
Okay, I will let the crew know. Thank you.
We copy. In Integrity Houston on 1, whenever you're ready, we do have some toilet troubleshooting actions for you.
Okay, Houston, we copy on toilet. We have one stowage delta for you. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
We're ready for stowage delta.
Very, very simple. The PWD cover is in Foxtrot 2, not Foxtrot 3.
We copy.
Okay, Amy, just give us about 2 minutes and we'll be ready for the toilet orders.
Standing by.
And we have confirmation that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage burn has started. Again, this is a disposal burn. The ICPS will re-enter Earth's atmosphere and harmlessly burn up over the Pacific Ocean. Additionally, we are expecting the CubeSats to be released soon. These will be released from the Orion stage adapter on the Space Launch System upper stage into a high Earth orbit, where they will conduct an orbital maneuver to reach their own desired orbit. These are 5 CubeSats from space agencies including Germany, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Argentina. They have their own distinct objectives completely separate from NASA's mission. And these CubeSats are shoebox-sized payloads that have the potential to expand our knowledge of the space environment. The German Space Agency, or DLR's Tacheles CubeSat, will measure effects of the space environment on electrical components to inform technologies for lunar vehicles. The Korea Aerospace Administration, or CASA's KRAD Cube, will use a dosimeter made of human-like tissue to measure space radiation and biological effects across the Van Allen radiation belts. The Saudi Space Agency's Saudi Geomagnetosphere Satellite, or SHMS CubeSat, will measure space weather at a range of distances from Earth. And Argentina's Comisión Nacional de Actividades Espaciales, or CONE, has a CubeSat called Etna, which will assess radiation shielding methods, measuring Earth's radiation spectrum, collecting GPS data, and validating a long-range communications link. By working with other countries to fly these,
Houston's here.
Hey, Amy. Without knowing what's going on later this day, how important is the 4K encoder setup?
Checking.
Integrity Houston on 1 for timeline big picture.
All 4 crew members are here, Jeff.
Fantastic. Hey, it's been a great day, guys, and we're going to try and get you to bed a little bit early today. We do want to do the 4K encoder setup as well as the toilet troubleshooting. I don't think it'll take very long. Ideally, we'd get that done here in the next hour or so, along with the conferences, and then get you guys to bed a little bit early. That's what we're thinking down here.
Jeff, that all sounds great to us. I have a couple pieces of information if you have no further updates.
All right, we're ready to copy.
All right, just how we're going to break up the crew right now to handle this. Victor is the lead for suit drying and suit stowage. And we show that we have had glove swap for about 15 minutes, so we could probably move on there. How copy?
We copy.
Okay, Jeremy is going to be the cabin config supervisor. He is going to get into cabin config, but as his first activity, he is going to get a power chain set up with the Cobalt brick, and then he will work 4K encoder, and I will help him. How copy?
We copy.
Christina is going to work the toilet troubleshooting with you, so when you all are ready, if you are happy with what Ike, with what Victor and Jeremy are doing, I will hand the comm and the toilet lead over to Christina.
Copy, stand by for data rate change.
This view inside Mission Control Houston, specifically Artemis Mission Control, as the crew was reporting down some of their tasks that they're continuing to work on at the end of this flight day. It's been a very busy day for the crew so far, again waking up about 8 hours before liftoff, which was now 5 hours and 5 minutes ago. After a successful ride to orbit, they saw the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, and got into the proximity operations demonstration. They then conducted the upper stage separation burn to depart the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's put us into our current configuration. The crew is working inside the cabin to configure it, to configure where they will stow their suits, and we'll eventually get into some pre-sleep and sleep opportunities before the apogee raise burn in the middle of the night. That'll actually be the perigee raise burn in the middle of the night. They will wake up from a brief nap and monitor that perigee raise burn before getting some more sleep and starting their next flight day tomorrow.
Integrity Houston, back with you.
Amy, we have you loud and clear.
Same, and last we copied is that Christina will work toilet troubleshooting.
That's a good read, and I'm ready for those words when you are.
Okay, Christina, first, we do not think empty oxone beads were installed for launch, so we do not suspect a blockage. We think it could be a priming issue. So the first thing we'd like you to do is to verify the toilet air filter barrier is removed. And I have a step number from toilet setup and activation procedure if you need it. Let us know when that's complete, and then we're going to power cycle the toilet from the ground and have further steps for you.
Okay, I copy all. Before we continue, are we go to swap the suit drying? And correction, are we going to terminate the suit drying?
Go for suit drying termination.
Copy. And Amy, for the air filter barrier removal, is that the nominal removal that's in the toilet setup and activation procedure that I ran?
Affirm, it was step 5.
Yes, I did complete that step.
Copy, standby.
Capcom, let them know we're repowering, and once that's done,
Okay, copy. We are going to power cycle the toilet, and then we'll give you a call back to attempt reactivation with removing the urine hose from the cradle and allowed to run for 1 minute. And then we would also like you to have available 250 milliliters of water. And we're not ready for that yet. We'll let you know when the power cycle is complete.
Copy.
Crew aboard Orion, specifically Christina Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist, continuing to troubleshoot the issues they saw earlier with the toilet. The teams here on the ground are relaying up instructions on how to resolve that situation.
Integrity Houston for cab camera 2.
Go ahead.
Hey, Christina, for your and the crew's awareness, you may see the cab camera 2 light turn on. We are not streaming video. We're just getting a listing of files.
Copy.
And Integrity Houston for Christina and toilet troubleshooting.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christina, we're ready for you to attempt reactivation of toilet by removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, and then if that's joy, you can deactivate toilet and give us a call.
Copy, and understand I'm not putting the water in the funnel at this time.
Correct. Not yet. Not for this time.
In work.
Capcom Amy Dill relaying some words to NASA astronaut Christina Cook on how to troubleshoot the toilet issue they experienced earlier. We should hear shortly the resolution of that issue. This view from Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, now 5 hours and 14 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System.
Houston, integrity, test complete, good status light, good flow for the entire test.
Okay.
Good news, Christina, and we are discussing next step. Stand by.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting they had a successful test of the toilet.
And Integrity Houston, Christina for toilet troubleshooting next step.
Go.
Okay, we're going to have you reactivate toilet with the removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, then add 250 milliliters of water, and then allow it to run for at least another 30 seconds and report how that went.
In work.
Continuing to execute those tests to make sure the toilet is up and running properly. Also on the timeline for the crew tonight is an AGA reading, or an anomaly gas analyzer checkout. They will test the air inside the cabin. They do this a couple of times a day to make sure that the environment inside the Orion spacecraft is as we expect. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard Orion. It is a test flight, and so we're testing every single specification possible in preparation for future missions.
Houston, integrity, good checkout.
Okay, excellent news, Christina, and we are discussing if there's anything further we need.
As you heard, NASA astronaut Christina Cook called down to the ground. She had a second good checkout of the toilet, and teams here are discussing whether they want to pursue any further steps. And at this time, we expect those 4 secondary CubeSat payloads that were on the Space Launch System are expected to have completed their deployment based on their own timers. Now, we don't have direct confirmation of this, but the payload teams will be able to communicate with and track their CubeSats.
Integrity Houston for toilet status.
Go.
Happy to report that toilet is go for use. We do recommend letting the system get up to operating speed before donating fluid, and then let it run a little bit after donation.
We are cheers all around, and we will do that. Regarding the same, we have 1 CCU that will need to be emptied.
We thought you might, so we went ahead and warmed up the heater, so you're good to empty the CCU at your convenience.
We copy all. Thank you.
And correction, we actually want you to hold off for now on the CCU emptying for potential GNC impact. So we'll let you know when we're ready for that.
Understood.
Further confirmation from the ground teams and crew that the toilet issues have been resolved and that the crew will be go to use the toilet as normally planned. I'm NASA's PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio here in Artemis Mission Control, and I'm joined by Dave Dennemiller. He is the Deputy Manager for Orion Guidance, Navigation, and Control. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So tell me about your role, and I believe you just came from the MER, is that right?
Yeah, we just came from the MER. I lead a team of people who developed the guidance, navigation, and control system for Orion. It's kind of a mouthful, but basically, where are we? How do we get to where we want to go? And how do we control the vehicle? We work hand in hand with the people in this room, the flight controllers, and we developed the ProxOps demo and all the other flight ops that we're doing on Artemis II. And
well, now that we're through the ProxOps demo, I would love to hear about what your team was hoping to learn during that demonstration.
yeah, it's a very important data collection activity on Artemis II. There are basically three categories of things we wanted to learn. Controlling the vehicle involves a whole loop of hardware, software, and people. So we start with the docking camera view that you saw on the NASA TV. And that goes to the display unit that the crew looks at. The crew has to interpret that image and decide what to do. And they make commands to the computer and the hand controllers that you saw the crew members deflecting. And those go through our algorithms to determine which jets to fire. And then we have some electronics to pass those commands along. And that causes the vehicle to move, which goes back to the docking camera again. So it's a big loop. And the ProxOps was testing that whole loop to see how it worked. The second category of thing is the docking camera. Cameras in space have historically had problems because the space lighting is very, very tough on cameras. The brights are very bright and the darks are very dark, very high contrast environment. So we've done all the testing we can with the camera on the ground, but there's nothing like testing it in the space environment to see how it will really work. And then the third category of thing is that when we got in close to the ICPS, we're doing very, very, very small maneuvers. They're less than 1/100th of a meter per second velocity change of the vehicle. They're so low that our IMU can't detect them. So we need a target vehicle out in front of us so that we can actually see the motion. So we collected all that data, and now we have some stuff to look at post-flight.
That's fascinating. And I know pilot Victor Glover was really excited to see, and really quickly, we are getting an amazing view right now, I believe, from Orion, and that may be the Earth or the Moon in the very background. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Integrity Houston for CCU answer.
Go ahead.
Christina, two options for when you can dump the CCU. One option is today at MET 6 hours 35 minutes, which was during a planned dump time for us, or we can find a time for you to empty the CCU tomorrow.
And help me out with that math. How long from now is that dump time for today?
About an hour.
And I think we'd prefer to do the dump today during that time.
Copy, Christina, and we'll come back to you around that time, letting you know when you're go to dump the CCU.
Perfect. Thank you.
Some more communications with the crew aboard Orion, calling down to Capcom Amy Dill. And this view on your screen, that is Earth in the center of your screen from the Orion spacecraft. Again, a camera mounted aboard the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us. Now I want to get back to our interview. Dave, the Deputy Manager of Guidance, Navigation, and Control for Orion, talking about ProcSOP's a really dynamic time. And we heard from NASA astronaut Victor Glover the entire time that he was piloting the spacecraft. And I know that's additional information for your team as well. So what will you interpret from the information about the spacecraft that Victor called down?
Yeah, the crew's comments, Victor's in particular, are very important to us. Obviously, when the crew is manually controlling the spacecraft, we're interested in that task being easy for them to accomplish. So Victor was given a lot of feedback while he was flying. It shows his test pilot background, because that's what test pilots do. They mention the good, the bad, and the ugly as they're flying. So that's a very important part of this. We're actually going to get a score from them of how Orion did. It's called handling qualities. It's a time-tested tradition in the aircraft world that we adopted for spaceflight back in the shuttle days. So they will give us, actually give us a score. It's called a handling quality score.
Fascinating. So once you get that score from them, when will you get that? And then what will you do to digest that feedback? What's next for your team?
Yeah, we'll dive into all of this. We look at the video and look at the commands that the pilots made, that Victor made, and the way the system responded, and look at the video to make sure the vehicle did what we expected it to do. And we'll look at all of that afterwards. We've gotten Victor's comments live now, but we'll get more post-flight when we interview the crew post-flight.
Well, that's great. And I know that this is not the only time during the mission that the crew is manually flying the vehicle. There's a manual piloting demo coming up in a few days. So is there anything that your team learned today that helps inform how that demo will go, or any preparations?
Yeah, there's actually lots of different kinds of manual piloting tasks. The one that we did today is one of the more complex ones. We did it first because we needed the ICPS to be there, and the ICPS we had a limited amount of time before it had to perform its disposal burn. So these other tasks don't require an ICPS. We'll be doing some tasks of pointing the vehicle. We'll ask the crew to point at a star to simulate a future operation where we need to point the vehicle at a target at long range while the target's still at long range. So there's just lots. We're going to turn jets off to simulate a degraded control system and see how the control system responds. So we have a lot of other manual control tasks coming up.
Definitely a lot of action still to come for your group.
Yeah, and all this is, we're simulating stuff that we need to, we're not simulating, we're flying stuff that we need to fly on a future flight. So by being able to do it now, if we see any funnies in the data or decide we need to make any corrections, we have time to make those corrections before the Artemis 3 flight. So this is really risk buy down for Artemis 3. That's why we're doing this, is to get some of the system tests behind us before we fly the first dockings for real on Artemis 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a test flight. And with that, I would love to know how you feel after a crew has now piloted Orion for the very first time.
Oh, it's always a great feeling to see something that your team developed go fly for real. I've been around for a while. I've seen this many times, but the luster never fades. It's always fun to actually fly and see your stuff in operation.
I can only imagine. I'm so excited for your team. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see everything that is to come in the upcoming days. So thank you again so much for joining us, Dave Dennemiller, Deputy Manager for Orion's Guidance, Navigation, and Control Systems.
It was fun. We got 9 more days of fun.
Let's do it. This beautiful view coming from Orion on the Artemis II mission and a camera on the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Spacecraft now over 27,000 miles away from our home planet. We are now 5 hours and 45 minutes mission elapsed time, or 5 hours and 45 minutes since launch of the Artemis II mission. This view looking back on Earth from one of the cameras on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Things will start to get a little quieter from the crew. Of course, we heard quite a lot from them during the Prox operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew the spacecraft around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. With that complete, the crew conducted some troubleshooting for toilet issues they were experiencing earlier, and those have been resolved. They also continued drying and stowing their suits, configuring the cabin for the mission. They will have a private medical conference later today as well to report how they're feeling to teams on the ground. And eventually they'll be able to get into some sleep. Of course, this is not a full night's sleep as they will have the rest of the mission because they will move into a perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn timelined for 12 hours and 55 minutes mission elapsed time, so just about 7 hours from now. After that perigee raise burn, they'll get the opportunity to get a few more hours sleep before waking up tomorrow and starting another day.
Integrity Houston, maneuver in 2 minutes for the bearing DFTO.
Integrity copies. And timeline question, would you like us to do the PCS O2N2 med checkout activity?
Indeed we would, and you are go in step 1.1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston, those prop RCS cautions are understood per the maneuver that we're doing now.
We copy.
That call from ground teams to the crew, letting them know that any warnings they see on their screens can be ignored. No action is required of them right now. Those are reported by prop about the reaction control system thrusters. We've seen those a couple of times tonight, and teams on the ground are working a forward path. Right now, they'll be able to quiet those alerts on the crew's displays. Seeing some movement on your screen as Orion moves into its next attitude. Again, this video coming from the tip of a camera on the solar array wing. You also have a great view now of the European Service Module and that OMS engine. That's the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine. So far, not including today, it had been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. The OMS engine provides about 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car on Earth, it would go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 2.7 seconds. Now 5 hours and 55 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew continuing to configure the cabin aboard the spacecraft. Again, a very long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours prior to launch. Now coming up on 6 hours mission elapsed time. 6 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System rocket. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. And this view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, a camera on its solar array wing looking back at us on Earth. Now we do have 4 astronauts working aboard the spacecraft. The commander is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's a Baltimore native. He's been in space before, and he was a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014, a total 165-day mission, working on science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Reed has 2 daughters. We saw those 2 girls waving at him as he departed the operations and checkout building today, boarded the Astrovan, and went to the launch pad. Artemis II pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected as an astronaut in 2013, when at that time he was serving as a legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020. He launched as the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, that was the first operational mission of our commercial crew program, resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the space station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot. He has more than 3,500 flight hours in over 40 different aircraft. He added a spacecraft to that today as he piloted Orion during the manual flight of the proximity operations demonstration. And he and his wife have 4 children. Next up is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is a mission specialist aboard Artemis II and a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, being in the same class as Victor. She's previously served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, making her the holder of the record for the longest single space flight by a woman. That's 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's now living and working aboard the space station. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. She loves surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Rounding out our crew is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is a first-time flyer and will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon. He is a London, Ontario native and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a Capcom here in Mission Control in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single person in Mission Control communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to help simulate deep space exploration. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking, and he and his wife have 3 children.
integrity for timeline.
Houston's here.
Okay, Amy, we got the 4K camera encoder installed and the camera is set up. Are we doing scene and voice for PAO or are we skipping that for today?
We do want to do a checkout of the 4K encoder, but we don't need to do scene and voice checks. And Reed, that might have not been clear. We won't be doing a formal scene and voice check for PAO purposes, but we'll do a quick one just for the encoder checkout.
Okay, so there is no PAO event, but we are going to do a 4K encoder checkout. Copy, we're setting it up now.
Good copy. And Integrity Houston, we do have you on video for the 4K encoder checkout.
That is great news. Stand by for audio checks with the wireless mic.
Copy.
Six hours and 10 minutes since liftoff.
Amy, I just did audio with the wireless mic. Did you copy?
You have good audio. And we copy good audio on the handheld mic.
That is great news. We're ready to call 4K encoder checkout complete if you are.
We concur. 4K checkout complete, and whenever you're ready, I have some words about S-band string swap that we're interested in having you all perform. And it is great to see you all wave, 4 smiling voices, and we are really enjoying seeing you up there.
Not as much as we're enjoying being here.
That is true.
And Rise is also smiling at you guys. And we're preparing to be ready for your words about, I think you said S-band. Stand by.
Standing by.
And ahead of our future public affairs events, the crew has completed a checkout of the 4K encoder video and audio. Completing that installation tonight will allow us to have them conduct some events starting tomorrow. This view on your screen coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth. This is coming from a camera mounted on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. Just a little crescent Earth. Now 6 hours and 12 minutes since launch. The first flight of humans aboard Orion.
Houston, integrity on 1. I do not have a notepad, but go with the S-band string, and if I need to get one, I'll get one.
Okay, copy. We know you're doing much cabin config, but first off, we did want to check if the EMER mass deploy is complete.
Affirmative.
Great, thank you. And then for the S-band string swap, we do want you to perform an S-band string swap back to string 1. We think the communication issues earlier in the mission were due to a ground issue, but we want to confirm good comm on string 1. I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
21.1.3 for S-band string swap. Perform all steps.
And do we have a get well plan if we don't pick you up on the other string?
Checking. And Reed, if you swap to string 1 and you don't have comm with us for 2 minutes, you can swap back to string 2.
Okay, that sounds good. And can Christina go for her PAO teardown activity?
You are go for the PAO deactive activity.
Okay, we copy that, and 21.1.3 is going into work, and we have at least one use on fluids in the toilet, and it worked great.
We are so happy to hear that.
And Christina is wondering how long until the CCU dump.
Approximately, standby. Approximately 15 minutes to the CCU dump, and we'll give you a call as a reminder.
Copy. Houston integrity, com check on string 1.
Loud and clear. How me?
We have you the same. We are on S-band string 1 primary. Looks good.
Okay. We concur, and we will be staying on string 1.
Astronauts aboard Orion calling down to speak with Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. What you see in the bottom right of your screen. Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, right now is Amy Dill. She has been speaking with the crew since the Orbit 1 shift took over. The Capsule Communicator is the only person in Mission Control that speaks directly with the crew. You can see her there down closer to the bottom left of your screen, and right next to her is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Having one voice in Mission Control speaking with the crew allows us to keep communications clear and concise. They gather information from all of the flight controllers here in the room alongside the flight director and make decisions on what they need to share with the crew aboard Orion.
Houston integrity on 1 for fan speed / cabin temperature.
Houston's listening.
Amy, is it possible to lower the cabin fan speed a bit? There's a lot of airflow in here, and if that is not possible, can we increase the temperature?
Well, I think the answer is yes, right, Ecom? We can do one of those two things.
Copy, Reed. We understand the request, and we are discussing how to implement. We'll follow up.
Yeah, sounds good. No urgency there, but just know that will be our desire down the road.
Copy. Integrity Houston, maneuver in progress, 5 minutes. And Integrity Houston for the enabled SM, RCS prop cautions. Those are, again, understood with the maneuver, and we are working to suppress the ones that are enabled.
Sounds good, Amy. We copy all.
Now over 6.5 hours mission elapsed time, or time since the Artemis II mission began, with liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Since then, the crew has seen the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn before moving into the proximity operations demo. They detached from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and then used that stage as a docking target. Of course, we did not dock today, but this was great practice for us to understand how it feels to manually fly Orion. So pilot Victor Glover was manually controlling the spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. We also saw CubeSat deployment. Eventually, we had the USS-2 burn, the upper stage separation burn that took us away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the ICPS itself had its own disposal burn. The crew is now working through some cabin configuration. Once their cabin configuration is complete, they will have their private medical conferences to report how they're feeling down to teams here on the ground. They'll get into their chance to sleep a little bit before the perigee raise burn in the middle of their sleep shift. Once that burn is complete, we will then get another sleep shift for Orion. That perigee raise burn is to raise the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth right now. It is in a high Earth orbit. And that perigee raise burn will set us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. Translunar injection is the burn that we need to send us around the moon and is also our deorbit burn.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution again, and I have a couple of items for you whenever you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, to address the cabin environment, we're going to command cabin fan speed lower from the ground.
Thank you.
Two more things. Also, you probably already have, but your go to set cockpit and cabin lighting as well as DU brightness per your preference. We are well out of the eclipse.
You're right, we have. Thank you.
I figured you might have, and we're also at that time where we're ready for you to do the CCU dump, and I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Stand by on that one.
Standing by.
Okay, Houston, we are ready to copy the CCU dump procedure.
Okay, it is 26.2.201 CCU dump, and step 1.1 is complete for configuring heaters. We've done that from the ground.
Okay, Houston, we copy. Thank you.
And as an additional, once you get there, there's a check step in step 5.1 for confirming heaters reach set point. They are there, so you're good to continue once you get there.
Okay, we copy 1.1 and 5.1. Thanks.
Capcom Amy Dill has been communicating with the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they will be able to turn down the fan inside the spacecraft, and is also going to work with them on how to empty the CCU. That's the collapsible contingency urinal. As you heard earlier, the crew had some time troubleshooting the toilet. That has since been resolved, and they are now able to empty and process what was used before they used the toilet.
Houston integrity. Question on CCU dump. Also a status. The O2 N2 med checkout activity is complete.
Copy status. Ready for question.
Yes, the CUD-1 ECFA was not installed yet. I have located it. Am I go to remove all of the packaging around the connectors and go ahead and connect it to CUD-1, or is there a procedure I should be referred to for that?
And Christina, you are go to remove all the packaging and to connect ECFA to CUD-1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston for upcoming conference.
Go ahead for upcoming conference.
Whenever you're ready, we can privatize Orion to Earth 2.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission, first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. Orion is now over 32,000 miles from Earth since launching 6 hours and 48 minutes ago. Again, we're looking at an approximately 10-day mission. The crew will soon be stepping into their private medical conferences. These are scheduled to allow the crew time to report down to the ground on how they are feeling during the mission. Once the crew completes their private medical conferences, they will be able to start winding down and getting into their pre-sleep period. They will have a chance to take a nap, essentially, before waking up for their perigee raise burn monitoring operations. Once perigee raise burn is complete, and again, perigee raise burn is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and we are in a high Earth orbit. Once perigee raise burn is complete, we will have the crew go back to sleep for another several hours before they wake up tomorrow at about 2100 MET, actually about 2000 MET, which is around 1:15 p.m. Houston time, Central Time. It'll be a busy day for the crew tomorrow. They will have their first full day inside the spacecraft. They'll have the opportunity to talk about the vehicle status with the crew in Mission Control Houston. They will also begin exercising. And again, with that private medical conference coming up, we do take the action to privatize the loops so the crew can share however they are feeling with teams here on the ground below, and their health and medical status is protected. The main thing on their timeline tomorrow will be the translunar injection burn. This is the burn that will commit us to flying around the moon, leaving high Earth orbit, and eventually returning back home to Earth after swinging around the moon.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 2 is privatized for your conference.
Orion to Earth 1.
Houston's here.
You can go ahead and normalize Orion to Earth 2, and then Reed is going to have a PCD question. I'm having a little bit of network issues. I need some troubleshooting assistance.
Copy, we will normalize.
Teams here in Mission Control Houston are normalizing the flight loop for Orion to communicate back with the Artemis Mission Control Room. They were able to privatize that flight loop and allow the crew to discuss with flight doctors how they feel after today's launch and events. We plan these private medical conferences throughout the mission for them to report down how they're feeling.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your PCD questions whenever you are.
Okay, Amy, this is just on PCD1, logged in users, CDR. When I am trying to open Optimus, I am getting an error. Let me open it and try to read the error I'm getting.
We copy so far.
So I get a screen that says, "Welcome to Optimus tablet," with an exclamation point, and it says, "We need to gather some basic information to get you started," and it's got 3 questions. But then laying on top of that, about 1/5 of the size of the PCD, is a pop-up window that says, "Network error. Operating system is reporting access to internet as unavailable. Check to see if device has network capabilities enabled."
We copy, and we are chatting.
Copy. Troubleshooting steps I have tried is I've tried running the network config to Wi-Fi, and I have also tried a shutdown reboot, but I'm open to trying those things again.
Copy your troubleshooting so far.
That's NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about some issues he's having with his portable computing device, or PCD. Those are the tablets that the crew often uses. He's looking to access one of our networks that we use for timeline planning called Optimus. Teams here on the ground are helping him troubleshoot that.
Stowage question when you have a second.
Ready for stowage question.
As we are working on the Eclipse wall, we need new, fresh comfort garment stowage location for Christina and Jeremy. We're having a little bit of trouble finding their new comfort garments because we're going to stow them with the suits.
Copy. We will look that up and get back to you when we have it. Integrity Houston for comfort garment locations.
Go.
Thermal comfort garments for Christina and Jeremy are in Foxtrot 3 CTB large, labeled med kits with a purple label.
Copy, we're checking it out.
Houston Integrity for CCU dump, step 6.1, requesting that you deactivate the secondary wastewater dump line heaters.
Copy, thanks for the call. We will go ahead and leave those on for your awareness.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for read PCD troubleshooting.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, Reed, we suspect the issue with your PCD may be Optimus software. We were able to connect to PCD1 on, we can see it on the network, so with your go, we can remote in and take a look directly.
Yeah, go for it. And then I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those 2 Outlooks, that would be awesome.
All right, we will join in on your PCD and we'll let you know when we're done. Integrity Houston, for your awareness, we have increased the ping timeout to 2 hours, 51 minutes to encompass the KUS PDL Compass.
Okay, Amy, we are pretty knee-deep in cabin config. Just confirm we are not expecting a forward or return link LOS for the next little bit.
Correct.
Coming up on 7 hours and 15 minutes since launch today. Orion now over 33,000 miles from Earth. Our 4 crew members aboard getting settled in to the spacecraft. Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down.
Integrity, Houston, 1 minute to DTE handover.
Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to discuss his portable computing device and making sure they can get it connected to the network. The crew is getting into the end of their day, a very long day for our astronauts. They are officially in their pre-sleep period, working through that checklist, and will soon be moving into the sleep portion of their day. They're only going to get about 4 hours of sleep before they need to wake up and monitor the perigee raise maneuver burn. That perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And again, we are in a high Earth orbit, a little bit different than what we're used to aboard the International Space Station in a low Earth orbit. At any time, the International Space Station flies about 250 statute miles over the planet, and obviously we are now over 33,000 miles away from our home planet. That perigee raise burn will set Orion up in its proper positioning ahead of the translunar injection burn tomorrow, one of the major milestones on the crew's timeline tomorrow. And that translunar injection burn will be what sends us to the moon and also commits us to coming home. Once the perigee raise burn is complete tonight, that'll be around 6:15 a.m. Houston time. The crew will get to go back to sleep for almost 5 more hours before they wake up. So they will get a total night's sleep, just divided because of that perigee raise burn. This evening, after completing the proximity operations demonstration, the crew has been working in the cabin to stow everything that they've been using so far and configure it for the rest of the mission. Tomorrow, they'll have time for space adaptation, helping them get used to the microgravity environment. They all have a midday meal scheduled at the same time. Of course, again, they will monitor those burn operations and conduct some exercise.
Integrity Houston, comm check on DTE pass.
Houston, we have you loud and clear, Alice.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. We're just going to continue running through cabin config.
We copy.
And Amy, I got a stowage note for you. We stowed our used comfort garments in Ziploc bags in the F4 locker, in the off-nominal waste management system comfort garment bag, which was empty.
We copy.
7 hours, 26 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket for the Artemis II mission. Our 4 astronauts now over 34,000 miles away from Earth. Throughout the mission, astronaut voices, images, video, and vital mission data
Houston's here. Say again.
For the right RHC, C2 RHC, is there any way you all can open the RPC for that and save us the commanding?
Checking.
Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about the rotational hand controller that was used earlier during the proximity operations demonstration. And again, those communications and data throughout the mission has to travel thousands of miles and is carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, including the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more about those.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the 2 networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Seven hours, 30 minutes since launch of Orion, and we are on,
And Integrity Houston affirm we will perform the right RHC RPC open command from the ground.
Okay, Amy, thank you very much. That helps.
That's Capcom Amy Dill down near the bottom of your screen, and to her right, NASA astronaut Raja Chari communicating with commander of this mission, Reed Wiseman, currently aboard Orion. Wiseman initially called out about the rotational hand controller, and Dill confirmed they would activate the RPC, the remote power controller, to alleviate the crew from having to execute that action. as I was discussing, the crew went on the Deep Space Network just before their proximity operations demonstration earlier tonight. They became the first crew in over 50 years to use the Deep Space Network, as we continuously have people in low Earth orbit aboard the International Space Station, and they use a tracking data relay satellite system. Again, we are going to continue to hear fewer calls from the crew as they are now in their pre-sleep portion of their day. During pre-sleep, the crew gets ready to go to bed for the night. That includes everything from hanging up their sleeping bags to stowing any equipment and personal items to make sure they're not floating about the spacecraft. They also eventually, once all of the rest of their checklist is complete, will install some window shades over the windows aboard Orion. They have the option to do so if they choose. They also have the opportunity to put on earplugs and sleep masks. Of course, this is all crew preference. And eventually, last but not least, turn off the cabin lights and get some rest. 7 hours and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission. Overall, about a 10-day mission. The crew is winding down their day. It's been a long day for them. They woke up about 8 hours prior to launch, so they're on almost a 16-hour-long day at this point, being that it takes quite a while to get suited up and ready for the mission. After launch, the spacecraft completed the perigee raise maneuver and then the apogee raise burn before the crew was able to conduct the ProxOps demo. That is when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion, the first time anyone has done so, and maneuvered it around the ICPS, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, which had just detached from the spacecraft. That demonstration was all to help us prepare for future missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander and descend to the lunar surface. Following the ProxOps demonstration, Orion completed the upper stage separation burn, giving it distance between Orion and the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage itself having a disposal burn. Since then, the astronauts have been working about the cabin, stowing their suits that they wore into orbit, configuring the cabin for the rest of the mission, and they also conducted their private medical conferences, speaking with teams here on the ground about how they were feeling after their launch day. They are now in their pre-sleep portion of the day. They're going to get a few hours of sleep before the apogee raise burn, the perigee raise burn. That'll be at 12:55 MET, so about 6:30 a.m. Houston time, just a little bit before that. That perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. We are in a high Earth orbit, now over 35,000 miles from Earth. 7 hours and 56 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts in their pre-sleep period as Orion is in a high Earth orbit. We're spending approximately 24 hours in this high Earth orbit to allow the crew to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft before committing to going to the moon in tomorrow's translunar injection burn. This is a test flight, so everything with humans aboard this flight is being tested for the first time. This time in high Earth orbit, that approximately 24 hours, allows us to check all of these systems and make sure that they work properly and that we are comfortable flying humans farther than we've gone in over 50 years.
Houston, integrity for cabin transit config steps.
Houston's with you.
First off, can we get a go for step 7?
Checking. Christina, you are go for step 7.
Copy. And I can give you step 8 is complete. Counterbalance pressure is 2,600.
We copy.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to teams here in Artemis Flight Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're continuing to step through some cabin configuration procedures while they're in their pre-sleep period, making sure everything is set up properly before they get some sleep for tonight. On the bottom right of your screen, you see Capcom Amy Dill down toward the left, and up toward the top of that screen is Flight Director Jeff Radigan. It's been just over 8 hours into the flight of Artemis II. A successful liftoff and ascent for Orion into a high Earth orbit where we find them now, over 36,000 miles away from our home planet.
Houston, integrity in cabin config, step 4 and step 7 are complete.
Copy. Step 4 and 7 complete. And we wanted to let Reed know that we are done remoting into his PCD-1. We were able to resolve the issue with Optimus, and for Outlook we were able to get it open. It will show offline, which is expected.
Okay, he copies.
Those calls from Capcom to the crew about an issue Commander Reed Wiseman was experiencing earlier with his PCD, his personal computer device, or portable computer device, I should say, which is how he accesses the internet during the flight. One of those things being Optimus, or the timeline for the crew that they use each day, as well as his email. And the teams here on the ground have worked to properly configure that device for his use. as the crew continues their pre-sleep period of today's timeline. Some quick facts about Orion. Of course, our 4 crew members are in the crew module, and they have about 60% more cubic volume than Apollo, 60% more. That's about the size of 2 minivans, in total 330 cubic feet habitable volume. When we had a view inside earlier, we did see some of their displays and controls, including the 3 display units that the crew is able to monitor and help command the vehicle with. Earlier, we heard pilot Victor Glover using some of the rotational and translational hand controllers. There are 2 rotational hand controllers and 2 translational hand controllers. And something that the crew will be working on tomorrow is exercising. This will be the first time that they exercise in Orion, and one of the devices they will be using is called the flywheel. This is a compact and power-free system that allows daily aerobic and resistive workouts aboard Orion. The flywheel supports exercises like rowing, squats, and deadlifts, and they are able to adjust the resistance levels as needed. Of course, aboard the International Space Station, we have much larger devices used for exercise for the crew members, but on Orion, in a much more compact space, we needed a more compact solution. In this animation, you can see the 4 solar arrays aboard Orion. There is a camera on the tip of each solar array. We had some beautiful views of Earth from one of those cameras earlier, and we are looking forward to some incredible views of the moon as we fly by on flight day 6. Each of those solar arrays has 3 panels on it, and each of those panels is about 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet. So the length of each array nearly total 23 feet. Each of those arrays would provide enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. 8 hours and 23 minutes into the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. Our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, lifted off today atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They had a smooth ride to orbit and have since completed all required burns to put them in the proper high Earth orbit where they are now. Earlier today, we also saw them transition to the Deep Space Network. This is the first time in over 50 years that we've had humans back on the Deep Space Network. We have had humans living and working aboard the International Space Station for over 25 continuous years now, but they they communicate through the tracking data relay satellite systems. That was one of many milestones for the crew today. We also saw them complete the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, modifying Orion's orbit around the Earth, and keeping us in that high Earth orbit. Being in this high Earth orbit for over 24 hours allows the teams and the crew to check out the systems aboard the spacecraft before conducting the translunar injection burn tomorrow. The translunar injection burn is what will commit the crew and the spacecraft to flying by the moon on flight day 6, and that burn also serves as the deorbit burn for the spacecraft. The ability to use the translunar injection burn as the deorbit burn is because of a free return trajectory, where we're harnessing the moon and the Earth's gravity to pull us back home. Crew aboard Orion also conducted the proximity operations demonstration, namely pilot Victor Glover manually flying Orion in relation to the recently separated interim cryogenic propulsion stage. He commanded the spacecraft to move in as close as 10 meters or 30 feet away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and a faux docking target, essentially, allowing them to practice and learn what it's like to manually fly the spacecraft. This helps us understand and learn a lot about flying Orion manually, as we may need to do so for future docking operations ahead of lunar landing missions. Shortly thereafter, the upper stage separation burn occurred, taking Orion farther away from the ICPS, and that interim cryogenic propulsion stage had its own disposal burn thereafter. Since that time, the crew has been stowing their suits, getting their cabin configured, getting ready for bed. They had their private medical conference in which they were able to speak with teams on Earth about how they were feeling following the day's events. They are now in their pre-sleep period and are configuring the spacecraft by hanging up their sleeping bags. They also have the option to put some window covers over the windows in Orion to make sure no other light comes in, and we will get them some sleep. Their sleep period tonight is interrupted by the perigee raise burn, so they'll get about 4 hours of sleep here to start, and then wake up for those perigee raise burn operations. Perigee raise burn means we are lifting the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And after that's complete, the crew will go back to sleep for about another 4 hours before they wake up and start flight day 2. You're looking at a live view from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in the White Flight Control Room just down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room where you usually see us. And this is the Orbit 1 shift. You'll probably start to see some folks filtering in and out of the room as we will expect handover to take place around 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Just like Mission Control, we'll be monitoring the flight of the crew for 24/7 all throughout the mission. We will also be live during that time. You can find us as you're watching us right now on YouTube on NASA's account. 8 hours and 40 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission and the Orion spacecraft. This view from Mission Control Houston, and specifically the White Flight Control Room, which is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Our 4 crew members aboard Orion: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut, are getting into the sleep period of their day. They've had a very long day, having woken up about 8 hours before liftoff, spending that time getting suited up, waving goodbye to family and friends, riding out to the launch pad, boarding the spacecraft, waiting for liftoff, and then monitoring all of the steps through ascent. The crew is in a high Earth orbit right now, and the next major milestone for them will come in the middle of their sleep period. They will wake up in about 4 hours for the perigee raise burn. That is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and again, they are in a high Earth orbit right now. Once the perigee raise burn is complete, they'll get the chance to go back to sleep for a little while. The view on your screen, clearly an animation of Orion, showing we are over 38,000 miles from Earth. The crew is in their pre-sleep period, or actually they've moved into their sleep period. And this visualization coming to you from the ARROW website, that's Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You are able to access this on your own computer or cellular device if you so choose. We're happy to share it with you here when we don't have views from the spacecraft, but at any time you can log on, search for Artemis II, AROW, ARROW, and you will be able to find this on nasa.gov.
Integrity, Houston, for AGA readings, when able.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, sorry to pester you during your sleep period. I know you guys are finishing up cabin config. When you can, we will take AGA readings.
Okay, I just turned it on, so I guess I'll give it 5 minutes, and then we'll give you a call.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Capcom Amy Dill calling up to the crew about their AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew is able to, and is timelined to take readings of the atmosphere inside Orion. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard this spacecraft, and so we are looking to learn about what is existing inside the cabin and with the CO2 output of the crew and how the ECLIS system is working, and these readings help us determine that.
And Amy, we'll just sync up with you on where we got to on cabin transit config, and then we'll pick up the rest when we're awake.
Sounds good to us.
All right, we already called down. We're complete through step 4. Step 5 we skipped for now. Step 6 we also skipped. Steps 7 and 8 are complete. Step 9 and through 11 are complete.
We copy all so far.
Yep, and that's about it. Looking at the rest, we haven't really tidied all the rest of that stuff up, so we'll have to get to that tomorrow.
Okay, we copy.
Eight hours, 52 minutes since the launch of Artemis II and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Houston integrity, couple sync questions. First one, just because today's been a little bit jumbled, are we safe to assume that any toilet non-use that's not per Optimus you would call up? We're thinking about calling you to see if we can use it for the next 20 minutes or so before we sleep, and instead wanted to check that assumption.
Checking.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to make sure that they are able to use the toilet. There are times during the mission when they are asked not to do so.
And Christina, you are good to use toilet all night.
Copy, good to use it all night, including the toilet unavailable that we see on Optimus. Thank you for that. And speaking of all night, what time should we expect our wake-up music?
Checking. And Christina, to answer your question for wake-up music, it'll be towards the end of post-sleep after the second sleep period.
Copy. We thought we provided enough songs for even waking after the nap, but no worries. We will set our own alarms for PRB. Thank you.
And Christina, you are indeed correct, and we checked our song inventory, and we do have a song for a wake-up for PRB ops, so we will provide that.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. And may we request that around 12:30 MET?
Yes, we will provide that 12:30 MET.
Fantastic. Thanks for an awesome first day. We are climbing into our sleeping bags.
Okay, and to end that day, whenever the 5-minute timer is up for the AGA readings, we'll take those, and then we'll bid you a good night.
Hey, Amy, I can give you those now. CO2, 3.4. O2, 18.8. Pressure, 14.55. Temperature, 65.8.
We copy all, Christina, and with that, it has been a fantastic day with you all, and good rest, and we look forward to working with you tomorrow.
We We do as well. Take care, guys.
All of those communications with NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to Mission Control Houston and specifically here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, speaking with Capcom Amy Dill about the schedule for the night. She provided some AGA readings near the end of their communications there, the anomaly gas analyzer readings of the gases that they have in the cabin. Also discussing when their wake-up song will be played. We expect to hear that just before the perigee rays burn. Again, they're settling into their sleep period right now for just a few hours. That'll be interrupted by that perigee rays burn and the operations that they'll need to conduct to monitor that before going back to sleep for about 4 more hours. The crew has configured their sleeping bags within Orion, and we don't anticipate to hear from them for the next few hours while they're getting some well-deserved and much-needed sleep.
And Amy, as we prepare for sleep, we might have a few more questions. Do we need PCD3 wired, or can we leave it wireless?
Checking. PCD3 can be wireless.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, aboard the Orion spacecraft, a test flight with the first time we have ever had crew on this spacecraft. It's been 9 hours and 16 minutes since launch, and the spacecraft is now over 39,000 miles away from Earth in a high Earth orbit. The crew will remain in this high Earth orbit for the first approximately 24 hours of the mission before the translunar injection burn that will commit them to flying by the moon and returning home. It was a busy day for the crew after liftoff with the perigee raise maneuver, apogee raise burn, continuing to keep us in that high Earth orbit. Moving into the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, followed by the upper stage separation burn, where Orion departed that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the crew stepped into their cabin configuration procedures. The crew has since gone to sleep, and in just a few hours will wake up once again for the perigee raise burn. This lifts the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, again keeping us in that high Earth orbit and setting us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. After the perigee raise burn, the crew will get the chance to go back to sleep for a few hours before waking up for Flight Day 2. The Orbit 1 team is preparing their Orbit 2 shift as they come on console and conducting those handovers, meaning I am also handing over the PAO console to my colleague and friend Anna Schneider. Our live coverage continues on NASA's YouTube 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and spacecraft recovery. And we have got a lot of exciting things to come, so I hope you will continue tuning in. And thanks for joining us so far. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications here inside the Artemis Mission Control Room. We are currently on console with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers who recently completed their handover period with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers who just went off shift after completing their shift. During the Orbit 1 shift, they completed the prox ops demonstrations or proximity operations, during which they manually piloted the Orion spacecraft in relation to the ICPS or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System. The crew is currently in their sleep period, and today's sleep period is split in two parts. The crew will be woken in about 3 hours to prepare for the PRB, or perigee raise burn, which is scheduled for about 3 hours and 39 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. You are currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. And currently leading the team here in Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team is Flight Director Paul Kanya, there on the far right hand of your screen. Following a launch yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern, the spacecraft is now about 40,000 miles away from Earth in its high Earth orbit. And there now on your screen, you are seeing views from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which provides live data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views from the spacecraft itself. Again, we will continue providing live coverage throughout the Artemis mission as it makes its way to the moon and back. And again, coming up in about 3 hours and 38 minutes, we will have that next major milestone, which is the perigee raise burn. This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Up on the top right hand of your screen, you can see the edge of one of the solar array wings, or SAW. And this Orion spacecraft was named by the Artemis II crew, so its name is Integrity. And the Artemis II crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut and commander Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover, and then the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are about 10 hours into this mission, 10 hours and 3 minutes to be exact, since liftoff yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. That liftoff took place from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following that initial liftoff, the crew completed a apogee raise burn, or ARB, and then they also completed a perigee raise maneuver. And then just a few hours ago, they completed what is known as the PROXOPS, or Proximity Operations Demonstration. They've also completed several checkouts of the systems on the Orion spacecraft, including some emergency communication systems. And during that PROXOPS demonstrations, they were able to practice flying their spacecraft towards and around the ICPS, or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System. The purpose of that demonstration was to test Orion's handling systems, because on future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, and it was able to verify that Orion can do that safely. After that PROXOPS demonstration was completed, the ICPS fired its engines again for a disposal burn, and then Orion continued in its high Earth orbit, where it remains currently. The Orion spacecraft is just under 41,000 miles away from Earth. And again, the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft is in their split sleep period. So today's sleep period is split in two. They will wake up in a little under 3 hours from now to complete the perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 27 minutes from now, but they will complete some preliminary targeting for that burn in just about 3 minutes to ensure everything is on track to execute that burn in a little over 3 hours from now. This is Mission Control Houston. We are 10 hours and 15 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. It is currently maneuvering into a biased tail-to-sun attitude. In this attitude, it allows the spacecraft to manage thermal constraints and power generation. It uses this attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Again, the crew is currently in their sleep period, and they will remain in that sleep period for another 2 hours or so before they start preparing for the perigee raise burn, or PRB. That burn is planned to take place in about 3 hours and 16 minutes from now. And there on your screen, you're now seeing a live view inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the EECOM console. This stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. And this individual is responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. And they also manage emergency response. The equivalent to this flight control position in the International Space Station flight control room just down the hall is the ethos position. And then in front of the EECOM console, you can see MPO. Also on the right-hand side of your screen, that stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer. And this console position is responsible for the electrical power generation, the solar arrays, the array rotation mechanisms, and the power distribution systems of the Orion spacecraft. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water riding systems. And the equivalent to that position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is the position known as Spartan. Again, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console. For the duration of the Artemis II mission, there will be 3 orbits or shifts of flight controllers managing the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And currently leading the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers here in the room is Flight Director Paul Kanya there on the center of your screen. This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently 10 hours and 25 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew is the first to live and work inside the Orion spacecraft, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it continues its high Earth orbit. About 49 minutes after launch, the ICPS engine fired to raise the perigee, or the lowest point of the spacecraft's orbit, to a safe altitude of 100 miles above Earth. And then about an hour later, when Orion reached that perigee, the ICPS fired again to continue raising the spacecraft into a high Earth orbit, where it currently remains. The crew then began testing various systems, such as the life support systems, communications and navigation systems, to confirm that they were ready for the outbound trip to their moon. They also removed their Orion Crew Survival System suits, or OCS suits, to get settled in for their journey around the moon. About 3 hours into the mission, the crew then completed their proximity operations demonstration, which tested Orion's handling systems. On future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, so this was able to verify that Orion can do so safely. So the ICPS was repurposed as a docking target. It separated from Orion, and the crew practiced flying their spacecraft toward and around it as part of this demonstration. Once the proximity operations demonstration was complete, the ICPS fired its engines again for disposal burn, and Orion continued its high Earth orbit. Fast forward to now, the Artemis II astronauts are currently asleep on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. Again, you can see that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. They began their sleep shift about 2 hours ago and have about 2 hours remaining. Today's sleep shift is split due to the upcoming perigee raise burn, which is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 5 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. Following the perigee raise burn later this morning, the crew will perform a brief checkout of their emergency communications on the Deep Space Network at the most distant point of their high Earth orbit, which is necessary before that TLI burn takes place. After that emergency communications checkout is complete, the crew will then resume their sleep period. And with that, we will go ahead and review the flight day highlights from launch up until now.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OCS suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native.
He's been in space once before, as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as CAPCOM at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room, getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their Astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go!
great news too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe they're